all of you, thank you for coming. I love you. So straight away, what I did to the subconscious, I let the subconscious to feel I'm there. And I'm saying to everyone, I love you. Thank you for your listening. And then all this audience is telling me back, we love you too. So you are embracing, taking all this positive energy, all this love from everyone and put it inside you and feel how much all of us, if you are a leader or not, we need this love from all of us. Because by the end, we are a human. I am at home alone. At home, I am a person who loves watch Home Alone with the popcorn with my son and he goes. But while I'm here, I have to have that professionalism. I am that leader. But all of us, we need love as much as we are, even a kid, because all of us inside us, there is a kid. Even if you are a kid or an old woman, I need that love. And the love, sometimes we don't need people to come and say, I love you, which is very nice. I'm a person who loves dogs. But sometimes if we don't find that love, if we cannot find that love, just by closing our eyes, be compassionate to ourselves, love ourselves, talk to ourselves. We have to say to each of us, well done. I'm a great mom. I raised my children. Well done to myself. If I have even no skills, nothing, well done, I can cook. Well done, I can dress up my daughter. Well done, I worked with my daughter to achieve her goal. Well done, I have children who are proud of me. That's what is compassion. Be kind to yourself, love yourself. That's how you can help yourself. Don't wait from anyone. Just take it from your inner. Be strong in yourself. That's how you can show it. When you come here, even as much as you might be today drained physically and brain, just come here. Find yourself rooted, because all of us, we are rooted and have this power. I'm personally always, I get the power from God. Always I say, Allah help me. Allah give me the strength. Allah always, I ask, all of us, we have power from somewhere we take. And by doing that, just you are anchoring yourself and you are having all this power inside you. You forget anything negative and you find, I am here, standing here. What I believe, last message. Last message. All of us are strong. Believe in yourself. Don't wait anyone to put you down, because you can do it and you are powerful. Thank you. I know you got this.
Yeah, well, I do it from the top of my head, but you can see it's quite hairy. What I'd all like to do, all of you like that, just stand up. Everybody stand up. And this is for everybody. Yeah. And put your camera down, please. So you put that away, thanks very much. Now, this is a very simple method. You know, yeah, I'll see you later. And what you do, if you're ever really cheesed off with somebody who's, hey, it could be your children, could be your husband or anybody. But this is a dead simple thing that you do, and it clears all the aggravation, all the things. And the reason you're using your end meridians, all these fingers, this is your heart meridian, for example. There's things for that. If you're a heart problem, you can ease it. Or if something emotionally is broken, you do it. But I'm not going to do that now. This is a deaf one for you. And if you do it on the bus or you do it on the train, you get free seats all around you. So what I'd like to talk loud. Can you hear me? Yes. Yep. Right. You put your arms out like this. Yeah. And you start shaking your hands. It's really shaking. The bus. On the bus. Yeah, no, locally the bus. On the train. And you go. Everybody, come on. Yeah, I was getting now. I feel that. He's like, and it was on the beach one time. That was women with kids, but he asked me to come down to the thing. And I listened to them and I said, problem with what happens when the thing's a child. You get energy blocked, he goes to school and he says, sit down. Oh, you sit down now, sorry. School, but what happened then? Right. They go to school and say, you can't do that, you can't do that. So I said, you see a child walking down Longbourn. Oh, it's one particular child walking in the woods and by the beach. And I heard this chocolate, 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 chocolate. Little Gail comes around on one of these pedal scooters and and that was her evening sound. Hair sound, nobody else was. I thought that's great. So as I'm talking to all these women, there's 400 of them, this kid goes and as soon as he's going, but you know what I said? The child knows how to get shut off energy blocks. And people stop him. Teacher says, sit there in front of it. So that one, if you get really cheesed off, just do it. And if people laugh at you, well, we laughed at home, life short. But it works. Oh.
I could do that at home, but I will not embarrass myself.
That'll do, baby.
I wouldn't want to be sections of a bus.
Every sheet's all down here, so.
So do we have an opportunity to ask audience interaction? Yes?
Yeah, sure,
Okay, so to the audience, do you have any questions for any individual here?
Go on. We are ready, go on.
You okay?
We've had that question together. Anyone has a big question?
I have a question. I have a question, not quick, but.
Okay, we can hear you.
No, sorry.
We have help. Thank you.
Do you want this one? Oh.
All right.
No. Oh.
I have a question for Dr. Miller. Thank you so much. You've been working in your doctorate on leadership. We talked about the subject yesterday. How do you feel we're going to change in the next 10 years? The younger generation to go towards a leadership with more compassion and kindness.
So I wasn't here yesterday. But I guess it was a question that was asked on stage or, yeah? Okay, so, well, my doctorate is in education and leadership, so that's one. Now, with how do we see leadership in the next 10 years, and considering compassion? Okay, so I think if, let me be real, from the United States, we're not seeing leadership with compassion at the moment. I'm not here. So. No, we're not. It's where we came from, the idea of compassion and, unity, to a total flip of that. So in the next 10 years, I believe individuals or the younger generation would more look at it inside the chaos. They're questioning, what's the best way? How should we be leaders? And do I know if this will fix in the next 10 years? I'm gonna say no. I don't think so. It's gonna take some time, because right now we're going through a lot of turbulence. That's my thoughts, really. And do we need compassion to lead? Yes. Do we need to walk around as if everything is perfect and we're always cheesing? No. But empathy. Realize when you use empathy, it works better. People feel, okay, this person understands me deeply. This person is connecting with me. Let me help them. Realize when you ask someone to do something, you just tell them what to do. how they react to, I really understand this happened to you and da, 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 and you create that bond. And then you ask them to do something, how they react versus you dictate it. I would love for individual, and maybe compassion is, the word is too soft. Hear me out. Compassion is a real word and we need it. So for those with the mentality of a dictator or dictatorship, maybe we can't use that word compassion. But maybe we say to them, lead for you to understand the other person, be aware of who you are and the other person. Maybe that will be a little bit more effective. And we go with that mindset. Going with that mindset, you will be able to still camouflage under the word compassion. That's my thought.
And Geneva, just listening to you, how do you think we can balance empathy and leadership without creating a culture of dependency?
That's
Wow.
That was a good question.
balance and empathy. You have to really think of that one. So we can balance empathy by, I would say, knowing when to use it. It's not always gonna be a time when we have to use it or we should use it. I appreciate this question. It's something that I really have to think about because the answer is not just at the top of my head and of the moderator, and I wasn't planning to use it. But, oh, you need my microphone. Yeah, I mean,
Thank you. The empathy is leadership, will start from different way. Always, if we will go to anything in the life and mention like we have our two hands, just I need my both hands. So, yeah. So can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I have empathy here and I have leadership here. Behind every word, there is positive intention. So now, can you do it, me and you? Do you mind? Yeah. So you have empathy, you have leadership. What is your positive intention behind the empathy? You can keep it for yourself. Don't say it out. What is the positive intention behind your leadership? Okay. I need you to close your eyes. Find a word, a picture which could combine these two pictures. Let this picture hover over these two pictures on your hand. When you are there, just close your eyes, your two hands together, bring your two hands together, and when you are ready, just embrace that picture to your chest. And let it go in. And feel it inside you. And enjoy that feeling. And when you are ready, just open your eyes and tell me what is your feeling. If you are happy to share, you don't need to share everything, but anything you would love to share.
Thank you, actually, that was very profound and the imagery. And I'm happy to share the words that came to me. One was hope, the other was understanding. And the picture that brought to me was the picture of a heart on a bird. I don't know why. And I suspect the symbolism of the bird is the ability to fly or let go of stuff. So thank you for that. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna steal that somewhere.
Everyone,
Yes.
everyone can use. That's what I haven't done anything.
Mm.
Just what is NLP is neuro-linguistic programming. I am just stepping to your subconscious. Each of us are different. Each of us are unique. What the queen has felt, none has felt the same because we are from different background, different way of brought up, different happiness, different trauma, different life experience. If I will be telling her just words, will go by going out of here, she will remember who said something, but she cannot remember what. But by doing that, because her, okay, I will stand and talk. That's easier.
Your turn is going
Yeah,
straight, yeah,
yeah.
we just have.
So each of us, anything happens in our life, positive or negative, there's a positive intention. To give her the answer, I'm not curing, I'm not filling the gaps. By her, the queen, same to her, finding the answer from her inner, she will take it and she will use it later. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. I'm gonna come back to you, but I'm gonna do something here and like suspecting. I'm gonna bring back her own very question to her. I know as a woman of great wisdom, I really know, and I know she'll give us some wisdom as well. Thank you. I'll bring back your very question to you, Her Majesty.
So, in leadership, if you've ever managed individuals or level, one of the key challenges is knowing when to be empathetic or know when to be firm, knowing the people you're leading, and when. I believe in the principle of there is a season for everything. And so, how do we balance empathy without creating a dependency culture? This is something I struggled with for a long time. Because as I said yesterday, when I was first made queen, I was like, let's go, kumbaya, we're going to save the world. Yes, 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 yes to everything. Until I could no longer say yes. Because by the time the water started dripping from that bucket, I was so wet and cold and heavy that I couldn't do anymore. So what I learned from that experience is empathy is acknowledging that I know, like me, you may be struggling. And I understand from your perspective what you may be going through. And I'll try and be as kind and understanding as possible. However, I will give you the tools. I'm not going to drip feed you. Because and I'm going to put my daughter on the spot here. She was my first. I had no idea how to be a parent. So I was what you call a parent. Helicopter parent. She'll testify. And I did everything. The moment the child walking outside in the puddle, steps in the puddle, I'm the first, picking up the shoe, cleaning it, tying the laces, you know, that panic. And then I learned that actually what that did was it deprived the child of the ability to learn those skills themselves. So when she got to a certain age, I said, here you go, here's my bank account details. Here's, I just put, and doing that, I realized that overburdened her as well. So what she taught me and what leadership has taught me, dealing with my people, taught me is I can give you the tools, but I'm not going to hold your hands unless, like I did earlier, you're so broken and burdened that you need someone to support you to get up. And I think that's how we balance empathy as leaders without creating a defensive culture where everybody's calling you, can you, Dr. Sylvia, can you please do this? Can you do that? Can you do that? Can you do that? Teach people to be independent and come to you when they need it.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. And she wanted to ask a question and then your panel will be over. Is that okay?
Thank you. And we have
Thank
one.
you, Dr. Sylvia. I want to find out, please, how do you deal with a boss who lacks emotional intelligence? Fire her.
Uh,
Is he a man? Is it a man? There you have your answer.
I'm just. If somebody is, poor on emotions, I will give you a trick again. Cut them again, this is just a quickie for everybody here, but they will. So I'll let you all to stand up again. Sorry about this. Right now, I'd like you to follow people behind you. In other words, go that way, that way. Like, struggling about that, yeah. What I'd like to do now is face them, put your arms around them like that. Yeah, face this young lady, put your arms around her. Now, in those positions, while in those positions, say, while I need. Do it now, while I need. Squeeze them. I need. Now I need. Well, I need. Great. Now. No, it just done. So everybody that you coach, you go around, everybody later on if you wish, because we haven't got time of course. And the thing is, you just said, I love you, Chinese.
I don't know if she wants to do that with her boss.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know if that's for her. But what I would say to you is, show that if we have the time, we have to be, cautious of time. Yeah, so we're gonna, we're wrapping up right at this moment. Guys, but what I say to you quickly, that task is just to show them love in your way.
Yeah.
That's the only way, cause until they get it, until they start questioning themselves, like what's wrong with me? Right, and then you'll have that conversation after, if they ever ask. They probably won't ask you what's wrong with me, probably ask somebody else, right? But that's the only way you're gonna do it. Guys, thank you, so much for your time. One thing I wanna say, lead with empathy, not emotions, different, right? Remember who you are. At the same time, being self-aware in order for you to lead, in order for you to have a good well-being, right? And have emotional intelligence. Thank you guys again for listening to us in our very interactive panel and hand gestures and making you stand up. We thank you and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Round of applause for Hannah. Round of applause.
One last comment. What I'll do is.
We're not going to stand again.
2 minutes, you don't get no. But I wish you to send them the 11 healing sounds in Chico.
Thank you so much. Hand of applause for our wonderful panel today. That was incredible. We are actually running late. We're gonna move now into our wonderful masterclass session. It will be a breakout room. We'll just kind of divide into two. Alex, who had to do the AI in leadership, is wrong. Unfortunately, he emailed me this morning. He's unwell and he cannot be here. So that's perfectly fine. But a lot of people have not been showing up today. Hopefully, they'll come later on. But like we said, it's about the individual, the impact that we have. How many of us are having a great time so far? How many of us are having an impact on transformation so far? We're gonna have two sessions right now. Some of us can stay in here. We're gonna have a session on untangling the knots to rise, an experimental workshop to review what's blocking your progress and reignite forward momentum by Dr. June, the founder and CEO of Street Holistics. She's there. We're gonna go to the Arbor Room where we have the mentoring. Please, if you're going to that, you just follow the wonderful cursor and the team that will lead you. And then we're gonna stay in here to take part in the masterclass session Awaken the Leader Within, Step into Your Purpose on Purpose by Jackie Connor, a transformational leadership coach and mindfulness facilitator. So can we go there, please? Let's do it, whoever we just break into half. It's gonna be recorded, yes, so don't worry, we'll send that to you. So if you wanna go with Dr. June to the Arbor room, process is gonna lead you. You get the recording, so don't worry, you're not gonna miss anything. We're just going straight. After this is launched, we're just gonna go straight. It's started quite late. Yeah, and I think we'll be very interactive. Is that okay? Yeah, we'll have a launch later on. And some of them go down to our beans. So we can maximize our time and get the best, please. You get the recording from here, don't worry. Yeah, on purpose. They're still on the start. That's still important. You know, some of those ones that are blocking us from becoming the leader that we want to be. It's all on leadership. Okay, it's just that there we are blocking those barriers, breaking them, so we can become the best of ourselves. You get the recording, don't worry. It's just to be fair. Awesome. You'll be able to watch that later on. And then we stay here with the wonderful Jackie Connor. Yes. Now, 10 minutes, please.
I think everyone needs to lose.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, yeah, or enough.
So to 1 o'clock. 10 minutes.
Does this work?
Yeah.
Let's just check it. How is everyone feeling? You okay? Yeah, I've been sitting for a while, so. Well, this can be a little bit interactive as well. So let's have a show of hands. For anyone who feels like at least some of the time, you would like to be more in control of how you show up in your work, or your relationships, or life itself. And because, as we were saying before, sometimes it doesn't feel like the noise around is really in control. So the deadlines, the million messages that we all get, the media, or other people's moods. Yeah. I go back here. And the thing is, we all have an operating system, which is that there's natural habits and they don't always serve. Like working with a computer from the 80s or 90s was fine back then, but these days, it's like having bugs, or as I call them, gremlins, in our own internal operating system. But the thing is that we can take back control. And today we're going to awaken our leader within, something that we've been talking about already today. Come and join us. You're going to awaken the leader within, which is the part of us that is our resourceful self. You know, we're grounded, present, something like our best self. So this is what today and this session is about. But first, I'd like to share a story with you.
some more people joining. So picture this, I'm in India. The sun is shining. And there's like fragrance of jasmine in the air. And I'm feeling very connected, spiritual. And on a silent retreat for 10 days. So as I'm handing in my phone and my other devices for everyone else, I'm feeling like I'm gonna emerge from this kind of blooming, enlightened even. Something like the female Dalai Lama from Liverpool. And this is because for 10 days, I'm going to be not talking, I'm not going to be reading, I'm not going to have anything to write with. It's just going to be me and my thoughts. Can you imagine what that would be like for 10 days? And for some of us, sounds like a bit of a nightmare, doesn't it? Do you not? And have you any idea how noisy a silent retreat can be? Lots of nods. First day, the alarm goes off, and it's a bell, so it's ringing, and it's ringing, and it's ringing, and every bone in my fibre is telling me, okay, it is time to be awake. It's dark outside. It's 4 a.m. 4 a.m. And here is going, OMG. And next, I'm in this sort of meditation hall, and we're all sitting in rows, and we all sit in the same place every day. So the person next to me, I never meet them. I know nothing about them, except from what they look like from the back of their head. But on that first day, by 11 o'clock, I know all about the vicious sounding to me at that moment volume, and frankly, the ridiculous rhythm of their breathing. It is really irritating. And by 11:05 on that day with someone I am never, ever, ever going to meet or know anything about, I cannot stand them. And then 4 days in, the people in charge, kind of up the challenge, as though sitting for 10 days doing nothing, just cross-legged, isn't challenge enough. And so for 3 hours a day, we sit and we have to be completely still for that hour. So we don't even sort of move an eyelid or a little finger. We're just there equanimous. Or as Paul McCartney says, to let it be. So after lunch on that first day, that first hour, outside an open window, we hear this, it's shh. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my goodness, that person is creeping up with what sounds like a wooden broomstick. And at that moment, as I'm trying to channel my inner support, let it be, I'm thinking, why? Why now? And more questions to my brain, like, why here? And why the F-U-C-K? And the thing is, when there's no distractions, things get very loud. And it's the internal that gets really loud. And so as I'm sort of opening an eye to look around, I'm seeing just straight spines. And I'm seeing everyone sitting there perfectly. And they're clearly yogis, they're really supple. Whereas my brain starts going, yeah, but my knees go in, they're not knees. I am not physically designed to sit for 10 hours a day cross-legged and not move an eyelid. And so my brain gets even more loud. And I tell you, when we don't have distractions from the outside world, it gets almost excruciating. And so rather than kind of the inner enlightenment that is supposed to be happening, what is going on in my brain is sort of colourful and loud, and it's just a swear fest. So can you imagine what it's like? nightmare, to be honest. But something happens. So over the course of several days, things change. And so that sort of tractor that I'm sitting next to that's breathing starts to feel like my best friend. We're in it together. And then the whoosh, whoosh outside the window starts to feel really soothing. I'm like so grateful that this person is sweeping up after us all while we're just sitting doing not a lot. And those hours, the really interesting thing is those hours, they pass just like that. Quite literally, an hour can pass, it feels like a minute. There's no burning leaves. And here's the thing, when we can be with reality exactly as it is, and we're watching and listening and noticing and being with the pain as well, everything changes. And actually this for me, the first time I went at least, was so profound. It's like a really visceral experience. So there's two takeaways, I think, for all of us here. So the first is that life is a mirror. And what is reflected back is the volume and noise of our own self-identity, our hardwiring inside, and how we feel about our experiences. And second, if we don't lead ourselves, then all the swirl of the noise and the outside and life and so on will end up leading us. And so this is what we're going to step into today, to really step into our purpose, take back control, so that we can do that on purpose. And I'm going to take you through a technique, a visualization technique. And there is a bit of science around this. Does anyone heard of the Batman effect? Anyone? So 2017, there was a study that was done on kids. And what they asked the children to do is a really boring task, but half of the group were asked to step into their kind of superpower. So to embody all the qualities of Batman, for example. So, and what happened is they were able to be more resilient and to keep going with challenges, and they just did generally a better version of the work. And the idea is that it creates a bit of distance from those doubts and amplifies the strengths. Has anyone heard of Sasha Fierce? So Beyonce, yeah, you know that. So she has Sasha Fierce. So when she goes out and she's really big on stage, she wants to do it to a really good quality level. So she has something like an alter ego. And so she's able to perform like so big and bold and be really successful. And that is still part of her. But she's able to kind of actively put that on when she's been that, serving her purpose in that way. So this is what we're going to test today. So in times where you really want to step into those qualities of yourself that will really serve you in the right moment. But just to mention, this isn't about sort of grasping for something outside or like really sort of trying to find the perfect superpower or trying to be the Sasha Fierce. This is about receiving. Because this is part of you that's already inside of you. So if everyone's okay with this, I'm going to go through a visualization. And I would really ask you to, like we were talking for anyone who was here yesterday, to have an intention. So have an intention to really receive great information that will be self-serving for you, that will be really useful. And maybe approach this with curiosity. That whatever comes might not make sense. Or your mind might drift off. Some of you might be a bit worn out from, the morning session. But just allow whatever comes and to be, like I was in that meditation retreat, just be with what it is. There's something very powerful about allowing yourself to be with what is in real time, rather than trying to change it all the time. So If you'd like to get a bit comfy, if it feels safe to do so, natural, close your eyes. If you prefer not to close your eyes, I would just invite you to focus on the stationary point. And if you're taking photos, I would just maybe just join in with this and just sit and chill for a minute and just go with the flow, I would. I'm going to read this actually. So let's take some breaths. So as you breathe in, and as you release, allow yourself to settle. And is this working? And just take another breath. And just let go of the morning so far. Notice any areas of tension. And simply breathe gently into that place and let it soften on the exhale. Another slow breath now. And simply letting go. As you relax, let your imagination take you to a place that feels completely safe. There's no right or wrong. Just allow whatever arises to be within you. Your leader within is your inner authority. A visionary who brings forth the fullest expression of your purpose. There are no rules about how this leader appears. It may be masculine or feminine, human or animal, familiar or new. It may be physical, it may be energetic. Its essence is wisdom, compassion, certainty. This part of you has access to deep knowing. It respects, loves, and honors you unconditionally. Sees you with pure understanding, believes in you completely, and sees clearly what is needed to move forward. Your leader within is fearless, grounded, and unwavering in its commitment to your highest good. Now imagine you're in a super safe, comforting space. Here, look around. What do you notice? Whatever comes to you is perfect, exactly as it is. As relevant, take in the colours, sounds, scents. You might even feel textures or a gentle breeze. Let the space come so alive you can almost taste it. As you walk through this safe space, a feeling of anticipation builds. You are about to awaken something special. Your leader within is ready to reveal itself to you. And simply welcome whatever and all that comes to you. There's no right or wrong. So simply notice what or who is being revealed to you now. What stands out? What's it like to be in this space together? This is your leader within you, your inner authority. Feel into the energy, the frequency. This part of you has always existed and is now becoming conscious. No need to analyze, just to notice. Find a comfortable space to be as details are revealed to you. Perhaps you sit comfortably or take a short walk or look out at the view. Just receive all the guidance that comes to you in whatever form. And then listen to whatever is revealed. Words or images, sensations, feelings. So ask yourself, what is important for me to know right now? What insight is here about my purpose? And ask yourself, how can I connect easily with my wisdom and strength? And notice if there's a gift for you. What is it? What do you sense about it? And ask, what would you like me to know about this gift? Now, this part of the session is beginning to draw to a close. Take a moment to thank your own leader within, knowing that you can return to this connection anytime you choose. Your leader within is always here to support you in living your purpose. So take a deep breath, breathing in this experience that we just had, and simply remembering what you need to remember. Just take another breath and gently return to this time and space here and now. And when you're ready, I would gently open your eyes, just remaining still for a moment. And just if you were in that space, so just maybe reflect on what is important to receive, including if you were distracted or going off somewhere, and take it in. What's important for you to know? Was anyone struggling with that? Okay. Little bit.
Because somebody texted me and now I have a job to do, that I need to sort out a task, and now that was distracting me from.
Oh no.
Someone gave me a chore today. And now I'm thinking about the chore I have to do.
You're just only phones off. So how about anyone did not get anything? So anyone not get anything at all? Okay. Everyone a bit had enough this morning. Feel relaxed. Nice. So maybe turn to the person next to you and just share for a minute. I would invite the person listening to really listen, because listening, as we know, is a really important part of communication. And there's something really powerful about having that mirror of while you're sharing and help you kind of embody something. And if you weren't in it or you didn't get anything, you can share what was actually going on for you at the time. That also will be a nugget, I would imagine, really useful info. If that's find someone to nearby to share now, if you'd like to. Give you about a minute. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. That's really useful. Yeah. Should have been here if you like. If you have to spot check, maybe just spot front. Thank you.
Opening up books. Golf is linked to the event as well. And then we've got the dinner tonight.
I would have just.
Yeah. Yeah, like where the mentorship thing was, so.
Yes, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing? Enjoy it. Grace and I just had a lovely chat. How are you doing, everyone? How was which is cool. How about, so we'll just come back. So does anyone like to share with the sort of wider group? Appreciate we're before lunch, so we can get to lunch shortly. But would anyone like to share? That's it, not in lunch, okay. Yeah. Relax. Yes. And did you receive like a gift or a? And is that something you feel like you can like remember to step into, like peace? Do you feel like you know that? Is it a feeling? Or so yeah, so maybe if you want to, it can be really helpful. Like, okay, Beyonce has Sasha Fierce. You know, she named her. I have oh, it's on my phone. I have
If we could go out, we'll stop the record.
she's recording me, it's okay.
You
But
will stop.
that's fine.
You stop.
We can, yes, okay, we can start again. I'll just show you. It's on my phone. Bit funny. This is, you know, Yoda from Star Wars. So he's got a laser. So I did this when I did my coaching training years ago. We did this and we sort of went off and actually in like 15 minutes just found what we could. And I happened to be in, which got the time, and I found a big art, like I made an arch thing, what they call it, a bow and arrow. Made a bow and arrow, it's quite powerful, quick. And then this sort of Yoda kind of intuitive, weird that I feel sometimes. And then this picture is like with the laser, and then the arch with the laser focus, and then the Yoda is the kind of the intuitive, like you willingly intuitive side. And then I'm actually bringing in the Queen. So it's been interesting. we were sort of embodying the Queen area. So I just have this on my phone just as a reminder, and then I sort of think about my Yoda, kind of the name of it. So sometimes so it doesn't matter what it is, it could just be peace. But you know, it could be it could be anything. But sometimes if we whatever comes and then name it, and then if you actually have a visual, that can be helpful. Anyone heard of Simon Sinek?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's a leadership. He speaks a lot, doesn't he? He's done one of the biggest TED talks ever. He's from America. So he talks about for him, everything's connected. Orange is a signal for him. So he has his why. He talks about the why. First of all, the why, the what, the how. So he has his mission statement for his life business, and he has written it on something like a business card. Then he has it in his back pocket, literally, so that he knows it's always there as a reminder. And then orange is his signal, so he has the orange watch. And so it's like just a sort of it kind of goes into the subconscious, you know how our wiring works. You know, we repeat what we repeat, you know, really does get hardwired in. So goes with the self-talk, goes with how we talk to other people, the actions that we take every day, sort of widen that. But from this sort of, if there was a gift or information that you took, you just mentioned peace. Okay, peace. And you just said, I feel it now, I don't know if I can. Okay, so how to almost bottle it. Maybe it's something that you literally put in your back pocket or on your desk or in your purse or on your phone. Just as a reminder, it's like a signal. No, just sort of build the hard wiring. And then, for example, we were doing an exercise, so if you're speaking, you know, you want to turn up in a certain way. If you're going to have a really hard conversation with your child or your partner or a team member, you know, how do you want to show up? Have the intention. Oh, okay, let me step into my peace so that I don't suddenly become the 7-year-old who is really fearful and is going to have a tantrum. You know, how does that, we've all been there, right? Especially relationships, personal, professional, and we kind of want to be right and all that noise. Whereas if we're choosing, okay, let me listen, let me be peaceful. Or, you know, you're having a hard conversation with someone you just don't agree with. You don't have to agree with everyone, but we can listen, try and have empathy that the Queen so beautifully, you know, quickly shared earlier, and listen to understand, for example. So, does anyone want to share anything? I realise I was just talking a lot there. Does anyone want to share anything with the group?
What do you want us to like? What are your thought process behind this show?
It's just to give the opportunity to, you know, we're going to close in a minute. We should go for lunch. You've shared with each other, but is there anything else that you would? Oh, close. Oh, okay. Is there anything you've shared peace? Is there anyone else would like to share?
I'm happy to go and share.
Okay.
Yeah. Usually meditation or hypnosis script, it's not just where you will reach. Just there is something, is relaxation. All of us, we are in need for 10 minutes, 15 minutes in a day to switch off our brain to somewhere make us relaxed and safe. So if all of us, we could find that safe place, or if we don't have, create a safe place. And with on our time, try to go to that safe place and always say to yourself, see what you see, feel what you feel, and hear what you hear, and enjoy that moment. In this situation, you are just giving yourself that 15 minutes, feeling relaxed, peace, and just empowering yourself again, having that energy of that peace. All of us, we have to find somewhere to enjoy that moment. And when you are stressed, working 11, 12, 13 hours in your office, and you will never finish, have that time for yourself. Just switch off and just close your eyes and go to that place and create your own peaceful place. Enjoy it. And just thanks your creator, whatever you believe, your universe. You have that piece of relaxation and come back and just stand up, shake yourself and carry on your life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's really important, isn't it, to find that peace? And I was just gonna say, to find the peace, beautiful, which is what we were doing in the beginning there. When you find the peace, Your brain is 20% of all of your energy, busy, busy, busy. But once you find your peace, then you allow the sort of intuition to drop in, and your memory actually works better. You perform better. You're a better leader. You know, the brain works in certain ways. So to give it space allows it to actually function better. So thank you for that. Yes.
Jeff, please. A quick one.
Oh.
No. Just have to add that.
Yes.
What you mean?
Yes. No, we do. We'll finish. Yes, but please.
I'll make it quick. So, when I close my eyes, what I reflect on, some years ago, there's a lady that I couldn't make up my mind on stuff. And she said, you know, I should meditate every morning for 30 days and I'll have clarity. And I did. And it worked. So when you told me to close my eyes, my mind just went back there, self-reflection and who I am and what I want to do. And it worked. So that's what I thought of during that time. So I just wanted to share that.
And did you get it in like a new insight today for yourself?
Of course, I always do, but yes, because, you know, with the question asked, you know, I went straight back to my strength, right? So not gonna answer question if it's not my strength. And knowing who I am and making sure that, you know, because if you don't know who you are, you know, you come across as if you're, you know, not competent or a mistake. Yeah, so.
So, and that meditation practice brings you back, keeps bringing you back to your clarity of your strength, and then it's sort of reinforcing that you do know.
Yes.
I love that. So thank you, everyone. Hopefully that was useful and lunch is served. Thank you. Thank you for taking that.
Fantastic, Jackie.
Thank you.
It's good time now.
No, I know.
I wanted to chip in again.
Yes.
I wanted to chip in on the experience of that meditation process, which you just.
Were you in it?
I was in it, but it's a little bit different. My own approach of it, which I think but in and you match it.
Because I was thinking.
I don't know, I don't know what you feel.
I had a thought, but then I didn't see what time, I didn't actually take the time at the very beginning. The other session went on a long alignment. It's okay.
People were captivated, people were interested.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, very well.
If you look at them in countries, you know where you are. And,
Did you take care?
yeah, oh, it's just from when I was
Can you take a flash ring? Yeah, just take a few. So can you imagine?
Hello.
Like, so thank you for taking my email. What was it like?
Oh, yeah.
How was it?
No, I will give you the feedback after.
Okay, okay. I need to spend more
By
time.
the end of the day.
So what do we think? So if we're like.
Oh,
Okay,
is that
yeah,
good?
we went audience.
The first camera is then.
So what, so genuinely, what do we think? So can we imagine the leader there? And we're just taking some photos and we're just recreating the moment.
That's
With a splattering angle. Okay. Oh, amazing. Can you take it for that way as well? Sorry, this is really vague. Okay. You go places and you never get the photo, or you get really shit photos.
All right.
So, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So yeah, so there you go. But did you get everything from that? do you think?
Absolutely.
Oh, you're so gracious.
And it was actually relaxing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Welcome together.
Thank you. Jackie, do you mind? No. Oh, yeah.
Ladies, I just want to let you know lunch is ready whenever you are, so you can head down whenever you're done.
Very weary that I'm feeling way up
Wait,
here.
can we have?
Oh, am I allowed? Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. You take me to her? Yes.
Yes, I'll take
I'll see you. And to be continued.
Yes, I'm going up
But I was
to the
very
main
glad.
room, so I think then I'm just gonna bring us some lunch
Okay,
upstairs.
I will make sure that we bring it later.
Thank you. Yes.
And
dessert as well.
Yes.
It was my fault.
Yeah.
They're really good. I had to
That's what I wanted to do, copy me.
I'll make sure somebody.
But I didn't tell you copy me because there was no break between mine and yours.
Is it boring?
No. We will work on the hypnosis session. Your hypnosis session.
And is it
Your
boring?
tone, no.
Excuse me, ladies.
When you say.
I don't normally read meditations actually, but this time I
Let me read.
did.
Let me read and let you go.
Yeah.
Because you didn't let me go. Take the voice, the noise. So are you ordering me or are you putting me
Too
into
fast.
meditation?
Oh, sorry.
So it's a voice. Okay, let us go for.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh my God.
Okay, watching every day we talk to me. That's great. Everything. Oh, you. Joey's film. Uno, dos, tres. This way. Give me that boxes. Look at the bottom down.
These were the club. Hello, welcome to the Pilot Tales Academy. I will get your ass later.
Yeah. This is a lot of time. Hey, Bonnie.
Hello, let me still get one.
Oh, you don't care? Oh my days, I'm in trouble. Sit in front if you don't mind.
But they're on the way.
Yeah, okay, good. Don't worry, I'll grab that. Are you Nigerian?
I am, yes. You know?
Lovely.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yourself?
I'm Ghanaian.
Ghanaian?
Yeah. So you're based here in Liverpool?
I am, yeah.
Okay,
Here in Liverpool, based the combined authorities down at Man Island.
okay, okay, that's good.
Hello.
Would you like to be in front? No, don't come off today, please, be in front. Hello. It's okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, then.
When I go from the cars out, I'm always like,
Come later. I'm in the house. We'll do what we can do. Yeah, that's good. We appreciate you people. Thank you so much, Monica.
Thank
I'll
you.
definitely reach out.
so
Thank you.
be interested to know more about your event.
Of course you will. Do you need anything or you okay?
I am good.
All right then. I'll be back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And the stuff that's been coming from you. Just come out of the next. You've got to run yourself, you've got to discipline yourself. That's the starting point, which show that. So if you're not happy with yourself, we know Peter Critical, we have all of the stages of people who are. My favorite point, management, is the psychology, mentoring course. In fact, it's brilliant. It just, I went into a business, I talked to the psychologist and I don't understand the team. How can you explain what she does? I said, read this. Answer all of this. Very, yeah, and it's, well, she actually, she told me, yeah. It's very good, it's lots of good ones. I think it's, I'm gonna pick on that particular assumption. I think the same.
Would you like to hear this morning? I'm just conscious of seeing somebody see them.
I left my jacket in the car, so take your love story.
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah, Sophie, no, don't go up there. Cause Mama said no. She was there. She always says no. No, I mean, she said no. You're not the good kid.
Would you please come this way and show this person? Jack's health show. And if you have to go further, exactly. Pictures will look gorgeous.
Very charismatic words.
I mean, I need that magic to get the thing going.
Will you introduce it to you? Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, yeah, and I'm still, I'm just like here somewhere and then going across. Yeah, and that should be easy. Yeah, I mean that little, yeah, yeah, that was good, yeah. Yeah. So, well, like, how was your, what was the other?
So far you in.
It's a pleasure. It was charity store. If you don't mind. Yeah. Yes. It's like, it's like a fountain. Were you at two? Were you at two? You went. You were at nine. I think it might be great. Yeah, it might be. Yeah, well, this is the plan. If you, it was basically like a
Yeah, goodbye. Then have the.
Right, I'm just gonna step and I have it before we see. Can we go back? Yeah. After the record, I'm not going to say. I don't know if you can. I've been in church. What's something for you? Something for you, yes.
Very good. I think we've got. No, we might have. I don't mind. No, I saw, Natalie's all right. I saw them. The deputy lieutenant, she's arrived in full house.
What would you like?
It's really nice. She, yeah, so she is the castle. It's just the assumption. So what do we really mean by that? What do we really mean? I mean, I don't even. What do you think of that? Quite late. I'm fine to get back to this. Yeah. Must be late. They were supposed to, what's something was supposed to start at 8:50. Like 8:50, we had the 16 hours. The opinion they should have always given this is when turning up things and then what they call it was as if they had organized had a timetable. So some of people get into it's served at 7:20 this yeah, so it's perfect time. The only thing was the what is another thing? So you're in the middle. So at the end of every group of service, they ran out of the course, driving them first. They ran out of the thing. We've lost Natalie, so.
She's on.
She's coming, she's very.
She hit the building.
Yes.
She is.
Yeah.
My parents
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of the third day of the Global Women's Leadership Summit. Before I continue and introduce the distinguished panel members in front of me, I'd like to welcome you back again. And I also have a very quick announcement that I would like to make before this panel starts. So on behalf of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Women's Association, they'd like to come up and present a token of appreciation to Dr. Sylvia for her tireless efforts in championing the cause of empowerment for women and young people. They're truly delighted and grateful for her contributions and continuous efforts in providing a platform for marginalized communities and promoting integration and excellence. So may I just call up the community and their gift for my mom, Dr. Sylvia. Thank you so much. From the depth of my heart, thank you all so very much. And thank you for all that you do. Thank you. Thank you. God bless. And now moving on to the first panel of this afternoon, we have a panel which is on, this is all about, this is a mastermind panel and Q&A session, which is about uniting forces, and it's all about redefining leadership and influence on a global scale, all about the power of collaboration and diversity in shaping a transformational legacy. So the chair of this panel is Professor Tim Nicol, who is the Pro-Vice Chancellor, Faculty of Business and Law here at Liverpool John Moores University, and I will allow him to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very, better pick this up. Thank you very much. It's really great to see you all again and to continue the conversation around the nature of leadership. We're going to pick up on three particular areas. We're going to pick up on inclusive leadership. We're going to talk about the role of collaboration. And we're going to also look at the development of the collective idea and the legacy idea that has been derived from that idea of the collective. But what I'd like to do, if I could ask my fellow panelists to introduce themselves first, and I could go to Jackie first and then we'll go from there. So.
Get there. Nice to be here.
I'm a coach, consult.
Mindfulness teacher.
If this mic is working. And I've also worked in the corporate space for a long time. And I have worked for some Fortune 100s and startups, and I've worked for myself, and often I've been working with global teams from all 5 continents.
That's great. Thanks very much. Thank you. Natalie.
Hi everyone, I'm Natalie Roos-Billing, and my passion is writing stories. That's where it all started for me, and also songs. So I began as a musician, and following on from that, I wanted to bring that to children, which was my particular passion. So primary school children, how they can be inspired into everyday things that we see, like for instance, careers, skills. I think storytelling and the creative arts is a great way to do that. And also a Deputy Lieutenant of Merseyside. But as you can see, I'm in civvy mode today. But thank you for having me on the panel. I'm delighted to be here.
That's great. Thank you. I'm really looking forward to this conversation. I think there's so much experience that can be shared in the around the questions. I would like to start off just with a very hopefully simple question, but one will set the tone of the discussion. And this is around the nature of inclusive leadership. And I just wanted to ask the panelists to describe what they understand to be inclusive leadership in their terms. I think it was Jack.
Yeah, thank you. It was an honor to be here. Sure, how this works. Can you hear me? Okay.
You could.
Okay, thank you.
So first comes to mind is DEI, with the I being the inclusion. And I'm hesitating because what was also coming to mind was in terms of if you're working with people, you're working with teams, how to treat people equally and equitably, almost like you perhaps with your children say, so you're not favoring one over another, or your internal bias isn't influencing how you treat someone versus that. And then if you're at home, if you're in a corporate sense or a business sense, people show up for work often wearing a mask. The person that you are interacting with in your team may not be revealing their whole self to you. You as a leader may be also wearing a mask, and sort of if you're stepping into what you believe you should be presenting yourself as a leader, then you may not be showing up as your whole authentic self. And so before you've even started to have a sort of human to human interaction, then there may be only parts of you that are showing up, first of all, and then there may be parts that are not actually you, they're just maybe a construct of who you think you ought to be. And perhaps if you've got a boss who's quite powerful and you don't feel confident, you may sort of, they may ask you, what is happening here? And how often it may not be safe to tell the truth, so then you give them a BS answer or the politically correct answer. So to be a good leader, it's how to break down sort of those masks and create, you could say, argue psychological safety to actually create a conversation that is real to get you to where you want to be. Now, in certain situations, the person who is the obvious leader, and okay, I would argue that leaders are, you don't have to have a title to be a leader, and whether it's self-leadership, I'm sure we'll come on to, but often, even if there's a problem, the focus might be over here. And this is maybe where it needs to be politically or just the comfort level. And it might be really uncomfortable to be focusing where the real issue is or the real conversation ought to be happening. And there's so many sort of complications, and I don't want to overly complicate this answer, which I may have, but so I think it's almost coming back to how you could, I think we'll come on to this, but the intention, what was it mean to be a leader, and then if you really want to have true inclusion and probably links with your values, intentions, and so many other things I'm sure we'll come on to, and if you really want to, then show up as yourself and have real conversations with humans and see the person in front of you as a real human who is not just the mask or the role or the title or whatever they're wearing or not wearing, and whatever they're saying, read between the lines. Don't say what they mean. So
I'll come on to that with the second question.
Yeah, okay. So there's some thoughts just to start with.
I think that's really fascinating because it took us where I wanted us to go to, where the idea that inclusivity, we often define this in terms of just legislation, for example, just regulations. So we look at structural barriers to inclusion of everything. But actually, what I wanted to come out and what has come out in that response is that it's not just the structure, it's also the environment. And it's the nature of leadership, it's the nature of followership that is as important as to who is in. And we know we have two battles to fight, don't we? We have a battle over who is in the room in the first place. And that battle is not the one that goes on. But it is then what happens when people are in that particular space. Thank you. Natalie, could we go into yourself? And
Same question?
same question.
Okay, so for me, often I'm in situations where, because I work in the third sector a lot, I'm working a lot with volunteers.
And so often it's a case of people discovering for themselves who's the natural leader. And we all lead as a team. You always get the type of personalities that pull to the forefront. But I always find the ones that are best at their jobs are the ones that are learning as well as they lead. I think there's an assumption that with a leader that you must need to know everything about a topic. And I think that prevents a lot of people from being able to step up and call themselves a leader. But the actions that they activate, I guess, is what makes them a leader. It's the things they get done, it's the impact that they make. So every one of us, no matter what our personalities are, and for me, I am a personality where I have little attention span, but I'm very passionate. I'm very disorganized. So I rely heavily on a team, but what I lack in organization, I have heaps of in passion. And so together as a team, I take the traits that I need from my team and I trust them to do the bits that they are, that they are great at. And I think that delegation to the right people is also necessary, and having that confidence in them to give that space to them to do their job, and you get on with the bit that really makes you, shine. So
Thank you for that. It's, again, we've gone into the second question of those environmental areas, which is really very important, and I'll come back to that. But that, I think that it's really valuable insights into the nature of relationships, which become fundamental, I think, to what goes on within the workplace, and as part of that inclusivity agenda. But thank you. So let me pick up some of your points. Queen, thank you very much for joining us. It's a real pleasure to have you on the panel. And I just wondered if we could just extend the question to yourself. The idea of what is inclusive leadership effectively?
Thank you, Prof. I prefer equitable leadership.
Yeah.
Inclusivity must be equitable, not equal, because I think often we confuse the two. And if we do equality, you discriminate naturally against people. Equity means identifying people's strengths, and to some extent their weaknesses too, and including them in decision making. So if I know one member of my team is good at, I'm terrible at delegation, and I'm learning to delegate because I grew up being one of those people who I just like to do things for myself. And yesterday I was with Mary, we were coming, I was dragging my bag, and she was like, no, let me do it. I dragged the bag because it's practical. She's doing something else. I don't see why I should wait for her to finish and come in, And so I'm learning the hard way that delegation. But if you identify that somebody's strength is delegation, someone is good at organizing, then you don't treat the person who's good at organizing, you don't treat her or him as the person who's good at delegation or speaking or whatever. Because if you take a fish and ask it to climb a tree, it's going to fail. This for me is inclusive leadership.
Thank you very much, and I think that's a really interesting distinction. I was going to have a provocation at the end of this, but you've already raised one of those provocations. Just that tension between the idea of inclusivity and then what that really means. And I think that was the nature of the second question I wanted to ask. So I'd quite like to explore, all three of you touched upon actually what goes on fundamentally in the workplace in terms of relationships to make an environment inclusive. And I think we now you very much upon the idea of equity and the idea of a responsiveness of the leader to the individual attributes. I think Natalie picked on the idea of collaboration around teams, which I'd like to see as well. And Jack, you were talking very much about who comes into the building in the morning and how you pay attention to those individual attributes. And I just wonder if each of you could, sorry, it's going on and off again, each of you could just expand a little more upon that. Could I pick up on the idea of equity? How is that, you give me one example, but how is it expressed in sort of structural terms, if you like, within an organization? How can it be achieved? That idea that you have an organization that is almost listening to the individual of those who are following the leaders and the leader is responding to that voice, if you will?
So I approach it from a management perspective, people management perspective, like boxes stacked up, and you place each individual on the level they're at. Now, one of the practical ways organizations do that is by KPIs, looking at performance indexes. That's the practical bit. But these are flawed. So what I tend to do is I like talking to people. I like listening to them beyond what they're telling me, So when you're in an environment with people and you're managing them, often because we're in a professional environment and we've all decided that not everything in your personal life must translate to your professional life, you need to hear people beyond. Also, you need to see beyond what somebody is presenting to you. Because often we know it, how many of you are in organizations where you do all the work and one very vocal individual is the one who goes and presents it as though they did it. Because you're reticent, you don't really want to raise your head about the character. So you need to be able to discern. This is where vision comes in. That's actually that person who tends to be the quiet one in the background. What is it they're doing and why are they not coming forward? And to include them is to force them almost against their will to speak up by inviting, not in a draconian way, because I know we're all Machiavellian now, is a trend now, but in a way that makes them feel comfortable enough to speak. And that's how you can just make that practicalize before you come to the KPIs, because the KPIs favor those ones who know how to cheat most of the time, a lot of the time.
Thank you for that. I just want to go into Jackie, because one of the aspects of this is the response of the people who are following the leader. And I just wondered if you could build upon the points you made in your introductory remarks about those relationships, and just about your reflections on the responsibility of those who are being led to perhaps lead the leader, to make them aware of what their needs are, make them aware of what their preferences are, make them aware of where their strengths are, to actually come forward. As you said, they may be reticent, but what's the responsibility and obligation of the followers, if you like, to manage that leadership relationship?
Makes me think of a friend of mine years and years ago. He's very senior in the city. So love it or hate it. He's a very smart guy. And he said to me years ago, your job as a let's say subordinate team member is to make your boss look great. Which is quite interesting. You could argue various ways, there's not just a one-way street. But it's an interesting concept, because, it's not sort of putting them down or making you look so great. Really leadership is, I could argue, any configuration is to get the best out of others. It's like serve might be almost like a loaded term, but it could go to what is leadership. But I think it's partly that if you are in an organization at a certain level who's not the person at the top, let's say, and even the people at the top in many businesses, they're still reporting to a board or shareholders or government, let's say. Everyone's reporting to someone or accountable to someone typically. But if you're wanting to rise in an organization or to influence, then I think there is some personal accountability in order to progress, but also, so whether that's to influence to help yourself along or to influence. I'm pausing because I'm thinking, I'm just sort of wanting to check in with a question. Is it sort of the accountability to self-lead to navigate the organization so that you can progress? Or is it so if sort of almost to call out the leader or to collaborate with the leader?
I think it's very much just sitting here for 2 days, listening to some wonderful conversations. That idea of where leadership exists in an organization and how you define leadership, it strikes me that the attributes you've been talking about, the behaviors you've been talking about, this idea that self-belief is a starting point, really important conversation we had this morning, is something that allows us all to take on a leadership role. And for a follower to manage the leader is as important as the leader to manage the followers. And I think we all therefore are leaders within the organization. And the kind of power and behaviors that we think are really virtuous, coming from our conversations, are things we can practice every day. And it's not that we have to have a position to be a leader. It's not that we have to have this title to be leader. We're all actually in that ability to use these attributes that are in us to change our destiny, but also to impact upon those who might be above us, because they may learn from us. And I think it took me a long while to realize that I could influence things by being fairly junior in an organization, but understanding that I could be a leader too. So that's why I raised the question, not as a critical point, but as a very empowering point for all of us, that wherever we are, whatever we're doing, we can be leaders, can't we? So, yeah.
Yeah, and just to add one small, thank you, 100%. And to add to that, I think the culture is what allows for that. So, and culture is top down, bottom up, sideways. To define culture is quite interesting in itself. And if you're going into organizations to influence, as an outsider to influence culture, how to go about doing that and implementing change. But if you have an organization and you are perhaps as the obvious leaders who do, are empowered to make decisions ultimately, the decision makers, and if they're allowing, we start with self-leadership, but if they're creating the environment of intention, it comes to hiring, it comes to mission, vision, values, I would say. And if there is a value that people are respected, if there is a value that we want to draw out strength in our team and get, high performance, and various other similar attributes, then, whether you're the cleaner, whether you're serving dinner, actually LFC comes to mind. They talk about when they were saying that in Jurgen Klopp, when he took the manager name off the door, so he's like, well, the door opposite doesn't have one. And the idea, probably anyone from Liverpool, the idea, the Liverpool way, it's very, equal, equitable, where no one walks alone, when it's together. It's very much culture from bottom up, top down. It's not just about football's doing a lot and their God. It's like everyone is respected, everyone is included, and that culture adds to the performance of the team. The fans are included in there, and if you are the manager in that obvious position, then you're demonstrating that, then you are listening to the guy who stops you, and maybe you do know the name, and you are treating people individually. So then the person who doesn't have the title knows that they are valued, and they're not going to be annoying, but they're going to offer, if they're asked, they'll offer, and maybe they'll offer a point of view, and that becomes culture. It's actually quite hard to just put in an SOP or to exactly define. So there are ways of doing that as well. It's quite important, but that culture, it's like demonstrated by action as well as words, by energy, you could say. But I think it comes down to things we've been talking about as well: intention, values, and that's inclusive.
Thank you. I think that's a really important point, building on your earlier statement. And culture is quite critical. And I'd just like to, Natalie, could I pick up on the point about collaboration you made? And it's just the importance you would attach to the idea of collaboration, both within an organization, but collaboration also outside.
Yeah. Okay, so me, I split my days between 4 main jobs. And so within those organisations, my function is completely different. So sometimes it feels like I have multiple personality syndrome. But I think the key to it all is my belief is this, and it always seems to be the role that I play within these organisations, is I like to liaise between the people who are benefiting from the work that we are doing and feeding those gaps, those needs, the things that the communities want back to the governors, back to the decision makers. I always feel that unless you're there present in those environments, you're not going to be able to know exactly what it is you're doing. I think a lot of people go around and they have a general idea of what they're doing, but it's not very purposeful. It's not specific to the needs of the people who are going to be getting that benefit. So, for instance, in my role, we have a literacy charity. And with that, my policy for collaboration is that my door is always open, but at specific times. If you have something that you want to tell me, that come in any time between these times, my phone's on. However, what we found when we had a permanent open door policy was that it was impossible to progress forward because we were constantly having that feedback being fed to us all the time. It meant that there was no ability to actually get doing something and committing to a course of action. But having your door open and people knowing that you're there to listen and to hear their thoughts and ideas is important. Within an organisation like the Lieutenancy, that works completely differently. And my role within that is to collaborate with the community and share, but it already runs itself in a very particular way. So it already has a set list of things that we must do in a certain way. So the only thing we can do to enhance collaboration is bring ourselves and our own uniqueness, our own flair to the role. So each of us do it a bit differently. But we use our own networks and our own communities who we already have built up a long established trust with to then be able to share what the good that we're doing in the Lieutenancy in a meaningful way, because I understand the communities I already represent. I'm able to feed it in a way that makes sense to them and to their needs. So I guess with collaboration, you can be a micro-organisation. One of our organisations has 2 people in it, me and my best friend Alex. We just started something off separately, but we don't try to reinvent the wheel. We do the bit we're good at, and then we use other very trusted partners to deliver the rest of it. So, for instance, we have an AI suite at the moment, but we do the storytelling, we program the direction of it. The AI specialists do the AI, and I think it's about using what's already happening, the things that are already doing good, and coming together, not seeing it as competition. When we see people that are doing similar things to us, we don't say, oh no, how are we going to, are we all going to go for funding? Are we all going to get sponsorship? We see it as an opportunity to just enhance the amount of impact we can have. So I guess it's flipping that around, isn't it? To be able to positively use people as a resource.
Yeah. Thanks. Some really great examples of the different forms of collaboration. Queen, I just wondered, you've talked very much about your role within the communities in some of the talks you've given in the past. I just wondered if you could expand a little bit on that. And again, how important collaboration has been to the work you've been doing and the nature of that collaboration.
I happen to be very big on collaboration. I don't like fragmentation. As you said, not reinventing the wheel. So where something exists, the first thing I ask myself is how can I ensure that what I'm bringing to it expands it, rather than say after the sets and I start all over again. So that's how I approach things. I get very frustrated sometimes, and that's a character trait of mine that I'm working on. I get very frustrated when things are fragmented. So what I tend to do is identify the people I know that have specific skill sets that we need in what we're trying to achieve. And when I say I don't like fragmentation, that's very different from innovation, because innovation has to happen, and that's
fresh ideas and you have to start. But where we've established ideas already, just bring fresh, perspectives into it. And so what I do is identify key people within the organization. So I preside over the National Congress of Ghanaian Unions in the United Kingdom and Ireland. And that means every region, including Liverpool, we have a union representation. When we say a Ghanaian union, it's a Ghanaian association, not the employment type. And so what we do is, if there is something going to happen at the national level, sometimes I'm unable as the president to travel all the way. I have to find the local presiding member or president or chair and say, listen, can you represent the organization? And for me, that is terribly important. Otherwise, nothing gets done. If you're going to depend on me to be everywhere, listen, I've done it before. It didn't work because at the point where I was realizing I was being booked 4 different events on the same day, and I was struggling to go from one to the other, not getting to one and disappointing people. I realized that we need to collaborate with each other. And so that's how I do it.
Lovely, thank you very much. I'm conscious we've got 3 very strong leaders in front of us. I just wanted to perhaps raise a provocation, if I might, because we're talking about inclusive leadership. We've been talking about purpose. We've been talking about a number of concepts of leadership. Vision has also been a word that's been used. And I just wanted to pick up on this because I struggle, if I'm honest, I struggle as a professor who is a professor of strategic leadership, with the notion that purpose is necessarily imbued with something that is good. That vision is necessarily imbued with something that is good. And I take the obvious example of Donald Trump as somebody who would probably say, and his supporters would say has purpose, supporters would say has vision. And I just wondered whether purpose and vision are sufficient in describing what we wish to have, which is effective leadership, which is good leadership, which is leadership that has humanity attached to it, which is leadership that is for the communal good. And I just wondered if individually you could reflect whether you think I'm wrong to have some doubts about the idea that purpose and vision can be used exclusively as good things. And if so, whether there are particular attributes of leadership that are really important to you, that are good and strong and should be reflected in every leader. I don't know who else wishes to start with that.
Purpose and leadership being only for good things. As we were speaking, I was thinking to myself, I don't think that would work in practical terms. Purpose and leadership should be used only for the common good, but we live in a world where we realize that sometimes decisions that may not necessarily appear good to one individual may be for the common, the greater good. And so where some of you will make a calculation that inevitably you're going to disappoint a small handful of people, but the greater good is going to be served, the greater purpose is going to be served, you utilize it in that way. So I hope I make sense. In that respect, thinking along the lines that every single time purpose must be used only for good means inevitably you have to please everybody at the micro level as well as the macro level. But I'm also a big picture thinker. I'm a mushroom thinker. Look at the bottom and see how it also develops off. And so I think you have to strike a balance when it comes to utilizing purpose and look at the bigger benefit as opposed to, everyone has to benefit a little, because when you achieve the bigger benefit, it trickles down. It waters the mushroom and it blossoms on.
But with the assumption very much behind what you say, that purpose will be, even though it may not affect everyone, if you take a philosophically, it would be utilitarian.
Yes.
That you're benefiting a major group of people.
Absolutely.
And that would say that purpose, therefore, in that sense, is a good attribute. It's being described in a good way.
utilitarianism
Yes.
is exactly the way I look at it. And yes, you must, in a room full of people, if you're going to have to make a decision about everyone here, you have to big picture think, because you can't focus on just one individual's benefit. So yes,
Yeah.
in that way, we have to be utilitarian.
Thank you very much. Yes.
I'm so glad you went first, because now you've inspired me. I'm taking the time to think of something I want to share. Following on from your point, I thought about how important it is to be practical about an achievement. When I first started, I guess we all think that you can change the world, and you can dedicate a hell of a lot of resources towards an end, which is a good vision and something that you'd love to see happen, but it just isn't feasible. Maybe it's not the right time, or maybe it wouldn't be sustainable. And I guess for me, that's always the toughest thing, because if I have something in my mind and I'm passionate about it, I have to balance that against how practical it is and how I'm going to be able to set that into action. And then I guess that leads me to saying the best thing that I came across a few years ago is, yes, you can have your ultimate goal, but you need to see it as a series of steps, manageable steps. And I think that for anything is, if it did get to step one, then that's okay. That in itself, even if it just stayed at step one, is better than something that was there before. So it isn't necessarily something that was a useless or time not well spent. If it does then progress to step two or step three, then brilliant. But I think then by gathering that momentum and getting to step one, you often have evidence then of what it is that you're trying to do, because you've got something that's in the world and it's achieving good. And therefore, from that, I think you're able to get the people in that may not have been there when you were at step zero. Those people see step one and think, oh, okay, I want to come in now. I think I can help them with step two. So I think that it's about that momentum that's created by just going for it. You're not going to be able to get to the end, but you need to start somewhere and figuring out what those steps look like. So they're all very perfectly complete in their mini steps. They're all ready to go. And yeah, I would say thank you for allowing me to ride it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. My mind is going to, so okay, what vision, purpose for good? So, who's going to be a good academic? Like, well, what is good? And, take America, I'm not American, but, 50% voted one way, 50% voted the other. I think of Brexit, same. And, Liverpool v Everton, okay, arguably, maybe that's a different thing, results. However, what is the definition of good purpose? And I understand where you're coming from. Probably, I would imagine maybe all of us in this room might be on a page. And we might have a similar understanding in terms of values and what we value as being good work. And, maybe put that to test. But I think it's a tricky one. Because I think if you're a leader, there are tough decisions to be made. Look at the NHS comes to mind, or the government, politics. Okay, you might have, if you're in the opposition, you have all the things that you can say and all the things that you would do, and then you get the deal, and then it's like probably a shit show. And it's like, okay, well, what to do next? There's not enough money. You hear people going into like big jobs with big passion and big vision, and then over the years they get ground down. And they, I've spoken to people, I'm sure they'll have, and say, yeah, I had a big vision, a big purpose, and I'm just blocked at every stage. So, then you get the dictators and this, that, the other, and then you get the self-serving, and it's like, what is the intention of the individual? What is the intention of the organization? Are those people held accountable? Who are they held accountable to? And then are the people who are following the leaders buying into them? And we all know that great for goods, and we know the wormholes of, you know, you, for example, like that document, that TV program, Adolescence, comes to mind. You know, the sort of routes that people go down, they're sort of trapped in, you know, young brains who are easily influenced by people, and then they believe wholeheartedly that they are on purpose and they have a vision, and probably objectively it could very clearly argue this is not good. If you're in the wormhole, you may think this is great.
Yeah.
So that I'm not going to give the answer here, but I think I think also it's limited in the world to say, well, I'm good and you're not. And I think it goes back to that, you know, we all have bias. We all have our, you know, we can all feel very passionate. I think, you know, there's a lot of conflict in the world. There's a lot of black and white thinking. The world isn't black and white. It's hard to be grey. It's hard to be uncertain. We all like clarity. We all like to be on the winning side. But, you know, sort of in the world of diplomacy and to solve big, difficult, hard problems. So you need to show up to the party and try to understand.
Indeed, yes, you've done it again. You've taken me to the next question. Which is brilliant.
Right, so we stop talking now.
Of course, yes. Of course, yes.
I think this is terribly important. Something just occurred to me. We've been talking about inclusivity, and this is a Global Visionary Women's Conference. But I want us to take a moment and acknowledge the men in our midst. We're really grateful that you took the time to come and join us and join in the conversation, teach us, impact us, and be with us. Thank you very much.
That's very kind. I'm conscious I've probably got one more question to ask you, but could I just pick up on that point you make? And things are not black and white, as you say, things are grey. And as leaders, this is what we have to face every day, actually, balancing those. And I just wondered very quickly if I could ask on a very positive note, what you would say about the way in which you maintain your own values in the difficult decisions you're faced with, perhaps on a daily basis. How do you keep yourself true to yourself in those things? If I could just ask that as a final question.
Okay, so the way I retain my values is to be very intentional. And I'll give you an example. And this is a bit of a controversial one. Often when I talk to women and they're complaining about, you know, issues in relationships, and I say and somebody says, well, my husband is cheating or whatever, I say, listen, most of the time when you encounter a faithful man, it is intentional. Because physiologically, if you studied any kind of biology or physics, men are not wired naturally, physiologically, to be faithful. No, this is true. And as a result, when you see a man who's faithful, that it is actually intentional. That's the way I approach my values, because I recognize first that I'm flawed. I recognize first that I'm wired a certain way. I recognize first that nature, I was born into the world with certain characteristics, but I was nurtured into certain characteristics. And in order to be able to transcend those, I have to be intentional, always reminding myself, why am I feeling this way? Acknowledge the feeling and say, okay, much as I want to slap someone, I am going to choose not to. And here is why, because if you don't give yourself a why, you cannot. This is why I'm not going to slap somebody. And there's another thing I want you to take with you. How you show up is very important. And so when if you walk into a room and someone chooses to disrespect you, you have two choices: to confront them or to be the person you want everyone learning from you to see. So you can be confrontational and they go around thinking, well, either you hope they think she's a strong boss lady, but they could go away thinking that's a horrible human being, because anger can cause you to do things which you have no control over and you can erase later. So you think that, okay, so if they're going to be disrespectful, let them. I will respectfully remove myself, but I am not going to give you, whoever is observing and wanting to learn from me, teach them that the only way you deal with disrespect is to the confrontation. And so that's how I sort of, that's devil on my shoulder, there's the monkey and there's the devil. And so that devil, when he starts to speak, I intentionally, flick it off. And the young people have this. And so you just flick it off and it passes.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean I don't beat people sometimes.
Okay, so personally, as a girl from, as some of you will know, an area of Liverpool called Toxteth, which is where I was born. So you may or may not know that we're a fiery bunch. And we usually act first and think later, I think, in me. And that's generally been me. I have to work away from that all the time. So I have the 3 T's, which I guess is in honour, a bit of alliteration for the sake of Toxteth. I first of all start with time. So I give myself time when I hear something good or bad, an opportunity or somebody's really done my head in and I'm ready to react. And the Toxteth girl steps up to the table and I give myself time. And I make myself have to spend 24 hours simmering on the thing. And in that time, I then go into step 2, which is testing phase. So I go to my inner sanctum, who I trust over years, and I tell them about the thing, and they give me some other perspectives, because sometimes my perspective is not really on key. We can all be in different frames of mind. And so then I simmer a bit more with this information. And then after that, it helps me to find out the truth for myself. So that's the 3rd step, where at the end of that, I can go forward with a decision, because we have to make a decision and we have to stand by the decision. It may well not be the right one, but the worst thing we can do is stay in the same position, mulling it over. We can't stay in that status quo. We have to make a decision, and we can only do the best that we can with that. So yeah, that's it.
Great, thank you very much. Jeff. And of that, I think they still follow that. So I'm going to take that on. I think, over time, it's learning to know yourself, which we've been talking about, to trust yourself, to know when to not trust yourself, which is also trusting yourself. Because being any sort of leader, including leading yourself, it's not about being nice and people pleasing and saying what everyone else wants you to say in the moment. Sometimes you have to, if you're really connected to what right or wrong, going back to the last point, that's often arguable. There's always another point of view, right? Always. But if you wholeheartedly believe in something, whether it's part of the vision, the purpose, or something else, whatever the task is or the challenge before you, if you're strategically, intellectually, intuitively, whatever it may be, if you really believe in something and you believe that's the right thing, then often you are going to piss people off. And there's a way to communicate that in a way that does that, rubs people up. And there's a way to do that in a way that is more inclusive, let's say, and that's an art, and that is practice. We can all be triggered. We're not all perfect all the time, God knows. But I think it's practicing, and it's sort of getting to know yourself and sort of testing and maybe reflecting occasionally. Okay, that didn't do so well, and what do? You can repair. You can go and apologize or have a coffee. Go for coffee. Go for go. I remember someone overseas was like, "What is this going for coffee?" It's like, yeah, that is. In Britain, that is code for something, right? So let's go for coffee, but on the US game. So I think it is, learning to trust yourself and know yourself.
Thank you very much. Some great answers there. I really enjoyed that conversation. I've learned quite a bit, which is really very useful. I think take away quite a number of things from that. Can I just ask you to join me in thanking our distinguished panel?
Thank you.
Any questions?
Oh, do you want, yes, questions? Do we have
One question, that's fine.
We've got time for just one question, I'm afraid. So I'm conscious we have a really important panel next. Any questions at all?
Yes, I have one question. Well, first of all, I want to appreciate you, Prof. You really stretched it well. And I want everybody to give me a big clap here. My question will be directed to you. If purpose and vision are not the core aspects of leadership, what other aspects do you think will come into that?
I think ultimately it's got to be about those values that are inherent in what we have an idea of being good, which seems to be a rather sort of glib answer, but it's expressed in the idea of trying to reject biases. It's the idea of rejecting hate. It's the idea of rejecting bigotry. It's the idea of being open. It's the idea of being wrong. It's the idea of being humble. It's all of those attributes which make, I think, a virtuous person in the end. And I think we have some very strong philosophers in the management area who are concerned with the idea that virtue needs to be something at the heart of every leader. And there are attributes which are important. And whether you define those attributes through your faith, whether you define them through a humanistic process, those attributes tend to be the same. And they're about the commonality of good that resides in people, and the desire that whatever you're doing, whatever kind of leader you are, whatever kind of follower you are, whatever kind of organization, whatever kind of individual purpose, those virtues remain at the heart. And you know, in most religions, it comes down to the idea of simple love, doesn't it? It's something we expressed this morning.
And
the expression of that.
That people have different definitions of good.
Indeed,
You
yes.
take that
Yeah.
into consideration.
Yeah.
Goodness might mean helping someone equally like mean, hurting someone. Some other people with different
Yes.
definitions. You take that into
It is, yeah, but I think you can have, in many value systems, the idea of not doing harm to others is a really important virtue, or minimizing the harm that is necessary to do. But these are the grey areas you go into in moral philosophy, aren't they? But there are overriding codes of good behavior, I think, that we find in our religion, we find in our everyday lives, that I think become the bedrock of virtuous activity as a leader.
Thank you.
And they're not in textbooks. These are about the person and they're about society. I think that we have. Yes.
We're giving a round of applause one more time for one of the community. Thank you for that conversation. Thank you. Thank you for the speech. Thank you.
Thank you once again. That was such an inspirational and insightful panel. Now moving on, we are on to the second panel of this afternoon, also my favorite panel because I finally get to talk. And this panel is the Legacy and Action panel, which is all about young trailblazers shaping the future. So it's all about empowerment for impact, the power of mentorship, positive role models, and purposeful leadership in shaping young visionaries. So before I invite my lovely panelists to come up beside me and share some insight and wisdom, I'd like to touch up on, building a lasting legacy, but as a young person. So yesterday, as we were rounding up, my mum used a really good example. I'm not sure if many of us remember, but she was speaking about how when we look at a gravestone, when someone has died, we see the date of their birth, we see the date of their death, and then they have the dash in between. So this panel is focusing on the action that leads towards you having a lasting and impactful legacy. So now we are focusing on the dash in the middle. We're focusing on what we are doing in this dash that is in the middle of the birth date and the end date. So I would like to call up beside me, first, Princess Arama from the Gar Kingdom of Ghana. Hand of applause for her, please. I would also like to call up Yasmina Ibrahimova, who is the founder and CEO of Yamarati. I would also like to call up Jenna Oyedeji, please. Thank you. And last but not least, I would like to call up Destiny Nakandi, my sister, who is here with us, and she's the last person on this panel today. So the first question that I have for each one of you today, right in front of me, is what is your inspirational story as a young leader? Oh, sorry, before I get to the questions, can I just let every member of my panel introduce themselves, please?
Hi, so I'm Princess Irala, I'm the daughter of the Queen, and basically I've done some work in sort of communications and media and a lot of things to do with sort of connection, sort of the ways to help people connect, the ways that sort of storytelling and capturing stories and information can be useful to people and help with connection. And I hope I can sort of provide some insight for you.
Hello everyone, my name is Yasmina, and right now, thank you for invitation again. I am the founder of advertising agency Yamarati, and we are the ad agency that is based in London, basically. But it's beyond this. I would say, the youngest female entrepreneur from Uzbekistan who is recognized by Forbes Woman. And I'm quite proud of it, and I would love to answer all your questions at today's panel. So thank you.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everyone. I'm a recent, sorry, I'll say my name first. I'm Isolina Adeji. I'm a recent Oxford Law graduate. And this coming year, I'm going to Nigeria to work for an NGO that does HIV prevention.
Hello everybody, I'm Destiny Lakambi, the youngest author in the world to write and publish multiple books, and I'm here to talk with you today.
First question I have, can you all hear me? I'll just project. Can you hear me? Yeah, sure.
The first question I have today is, what is your inspirational story as a young leader?
So I think for me, one of the big lessons I've learned is the importance of staying true to yourself. Because I think especially as I've heard the other panels talking earlier today, I was reminded of how earlier this year I took part in a program with a lot of young people about sort of working in TV and film with an organisation called Mullen Youth Project. And it's one of those programs that's very competitive to get into. So they had, I think on my cohort, there was sort of 24 of us who got onto it, and they had like over 400 applications. And I remember them telling me what it was about me that stood out, that sort of helped me get into the program. And it was the fact that we had kind of an assessment day when they were sort of deciding who to take through. And it was sort of a group activity where we just had simulations of like everyday tasks you might have to do when working on set and that type of thing. And basically the people I was sort of teamed up with, there was One man was being, I think, quite negative, both like about himself and about the project, and he was saying, because it was one of those things we had a short time to come up with an idea and pitch it. And because it was a difficult task, he kept saying that he didn't think our idea was good enough. He thought that there wasn't much point presenting. When we were called up to present, he said that me and the other member of our team should just do it by ourselves because he felt like that he had nothing to contribute and that yeah, basically kept saying sort of there was no real point to it. And I thought that because it's a team exercise and because he had sort of contributed to discussion, even though we were all a bit sort of confused about the brief. So I did make sure to tell him that sort of what his contribution had been, some of like the ideas he had shared, and to say to him, you know, it wasn't you, like you didn't do absolutely nothing, you had a contribution as well. And they told me a few times during the program that was what stood out to them, that kind of type of leadership and teamwork, and the fact that I didn't, I guess, kind of like give in and also be negative and also say, yeah, that guy wasn't very helpful. And yeah, it was that kind of thing where I think I kind of haven't often been told that I'm a leader before. I kind of, it's one of the things I know that everyone can do, but because I haven't heard it that often, it kind of had a big impact hearing that was something I just did naturally, not necessarily because I was trying to impress them with it, just because I thought it is worth pointing out everyone's contribution and knowing how to bring people together. And so, yeah, that was one of the examples that reminded me about just sort of staying true to myself and my personality, and how some other people are saying today that like a leader doesn't need to just be sort of brash, doing everything by themselves, confrontational, that I think everyone can find their own leadership style. And that was, yeah, something I found in that program and in other things that I've done.
I guess for me, my leadership style started forming since the school time, especially when we had a lot of competitions that was happening in at schools, like debates regarding some different topics. The UN organization were creating a different type of the competitions. And I remember when I was 14 or 15 years old, can't remember the exact age, but it was like around this age. It was a huge competition organized by the UN, and we were competing regarding our opinion of how language and diversity can affect the future generation. And it was quite interesting topic to talk about. And I remember that I had a friend, and it was we have been really like a best friends, but unfortunately we have been choosing for different teams. And the thing is, we were starting to choosing the leader. And I remember that my team, we were talking a lot how we want to choose, and we were starting battle about our arguments that we have. And all the arguments that my teammates had, it was all based on some different facts, some different maybe motivational facts sometimes. But I prepared my speech and my facts based on how I would like to shape our team, and moreover, how I would like to compete in this competition. And also I prepared the exact facts. And by using this experience, all my team, they said, can you be the leader, and we will just add all our facts into your speech and you will form the show. And since that time, we started the competition, and right after the competition, we literally won. It was our first place. And I think that this experience, it shaped all my leadership style, is not by listening yourself and all your ideas that you have regarding any type of topics, but listen to the smartest ones in your team, because I feel like in any type of business, basically, if you are the smartest one, you are doing something wrong. Because I feel like your team should be, even in some cases, smarter than you, and then you are becoming a really strong leader, because all these minds, they're concluding into one main idea. And this is why I think we won this tournament, and we literally were so happy. And
I feel like since that time, even now running my own agency, I'm using the same style. I don't want to compete with my own team regarding any type of ideas, and we're so open to any creativity that we have. And when any of my team members, they come to me and they asking me, do you want to implement something new into our business? We have a new idea, we have to do something to implement or to use this idea or this strategy for this brand. And I'm saying, I'm open for the discussion and I don't want to argue with this, but I want to see why did you choose this strategy, but can you just explain to me that? And this is why I think all our strategies right now, they're winning and it's literally helping the brands to grow. And I think that since that time, it helped me to grow as a personality myself. So yeah.
Clarify the question. Is it about what your inspiration
So
is
what's
or
your-
your leadership style?
So what's your inspirational story? So when the leadership began?
Okay, right. I'd say, well, what inspires me, like academically and work-wise, would definitely be like the history of women in my family who always really valued education and like tried to get the most they can from the world. And I feel like that's the way I try and approach everything in my life to like extract the most value from it, be that like joining more extracurriculars or applying to more places and just really taking as much in as I can from the world. So I'd say that would be what inspires me. And then so similarly, in regards to leadership, I would feel that in the few leadership positions I've had, whether it be in societies, in university, such as the Oxford Union, where I was Women and Gender Minorities Officer, or when I was head of school in sixth form, my leadership style would be focused on like meeting people where they're at and getting something different from everybody rather than trying to force people into a particular mold.
So my inspirational story was a really funny story. It all started with my brother and my sister when they were young. They would always used to go to bed early, and I was different. I always used to go to bed late because I would always tell my mom stories. And I think it started when I was only 3 years old, and I kept on telling their stories. And then there was this specific story that I kept on telling her at the age of 5, and she told me, Destiny, would you like to write that down? So then I wrote that down, and then my dad bought me highlighters to draw. So then I drew the book out. I drew the book, and then I wrote it, and that's how my first book came out, and I loved it a lot. So I kept on writing and writing and writing.
So the next question I have, we're going to start from Destiny. And the next question is, how has parental guidance, senior women leaders, and intergenerational support shaped you as a purpose-driven young leader? So how have your parents helped guide you, or like other older women in your life, or support between multiple people throughout generations? How has that helped you and shaped you as a young purpose-driven leader?
My mom and my dad would always inspire me and tell me to never give up. They would always help me when I needed help to do my homework. They would help me when I was writing my books, and I asked them if I could publish my books. They helped me, and they would agree with me. So that's how my purpose was shaped into being the youngest author in the world to publish and write multiple books.
Thank you. I guess like the role of women in my life has been like from the very start in regards to like education and my purpose. Like throughout the whole of school, my teachers would definitely describe my mom as very, very, very intense. In regards to school. And so from like the youngest age, I remember my grandma teaching me how to read, and then when I went to school, my mom like involved me in like these things called Kumon classes. I don't know if any of you are familiar with those. Yeah, maths and English like after school, and you know, as soon as I got to an age where I could start to have like wants and desires, my mum like did everything she could to let me have access to those. Whether at one point I wanted to be a fashion designer, so she bought me a sewing machine. And then in terms of like public speaking, like now my mum always put a big focus on that. So I did like debate classes in speech and drama and got to grade 8 with that. I've always had a lot of access to musical instruments, even though I was never very good at them. So I think what I'm trying to say here is by the time I started having like opinions about what I wanted to do in the future and where I wanted to go, I didn't feel very limited because as to what I could dream of, because I guess I'd been taught and inculcated that I could reach for so much. And I'd already tried a lot of things as well. So then I had like big ideas about what I wanted to do. And still now, my mum still helps me and guides me as to where to go next. So.
The question is, how has parental guidance, senior women leaders, and intergenerational support shaped you as a purpose-driven young leader?
Oh, quite interesting question. I think that parental guidance, it shaped and it nurtured my sense of like emotional resilience, I would say. And I think that all parents, they're playing a huge role in their like nurturing some core values into their children. And I believe that when it comes to especially the entrepreneurial skills, the leadership skills, it all comes when parents, they give their kids the opportunity to be more creative, to express themselves how they want to express themselves. And this is what I like mostly about United Kingdom, because originally I'm not from here. This is how here people are expressing themselves, and these values that they're sharing with each other, collaboratively sharing with each other. I am absolutely shocked by this culture, and I really appreciate the lifestyle that people are living here, even the kids. I had a chance to speak with some of the young people who are 16 years old, 17 years old, and I was inspired by how they are not afraid to express themselves. And this is why I think that all my core values that I have right now, they were nurtured in me by my parents. And the parents, they basically not only give you the knowledge, not only give you the opportunities, but also they give you a chance to explore the things around you, to also look at them and probably to try to become even better than your own parents. And I think that they're the one I'm starting at this point.
Yeah, so for me, I think we've had my mom talking already about how she's the type of person who likes to try to sort of get things done. And I think that's something she always taught me and my brother growing up, that we should kind of try to seek out as much knowledge as possible, try to become as talented as possible so that no one would ever have a reason to kind of put us down or to disregard us. And I think that's something that I've really taken throughout my life, because I always enjoy sort of learning new things, hearing different perspectives, and even for small things like sort of independence. I remember when I first went to university, I noticed that some of my housemates and classmates were really struggling with sort of being independent for the first time, even just things like cooking for themselves, managing their schedules. And there were things that I was kind of really used to, and I was kind of surprised to see them struggling with it, because I've learned things like that already from a young age, and even things like sort of money management with student loans. And so I think it's something where, yeah, one of those big things that I took away from that was, yeah, sort of how to be independent and to learn, and also to sort of knowing when to gain knowledge from other people as well, and to not only focus on yourself, and to just, yeah, have kind of that open mind and just be, yeah, always open to knowledge and different ideas.
I also like to add that for me as well, because I appreciate how everyone has mentioned, very strong women in their lives, but then it's very key and it's very essential that each one of you have also mentioned your mothers. And I think that's really important, because for me, a lot of the opportunities that I have been given also come from my parents and my mother particularly. For example, like when you were saying about all the extracurricular activities you were put into it, I think it's such a privilege, because coming from a background where in certain ethnic households when people want you to usually be a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer. But when my mom first found out what I wanted to pursue, she was the same. You know, when I wanted to be in a keyboard, I had a keyboard, and literally I don't even play keyboard anymore. When I wanted to be a designer, same thing. I got a sewing machine. So it's always the support that's really vital, and I'm glad that each one of us can acknowledge that. And I'd also like to say that the women around us in other fields that may not get as much recognition as well, for example, teachers, we're able to enjoy the labor of teachers. For example, one of some of the very powerful women in my lives are my female teachers. I've always loved English, particularly as a subject. That has been my favorite subject. And some of my English teachers have always been the most supporting teachers for me. And they've been, they've played very important roles in my journey with reading, writing, etc. So moving on to the next question. The next question I have, actually, before going on, I actually just wanted to add a question that wasn't here, but I wanted to ask, what are some of the challenges that you face as young leaders and how have you overcome them? I'll pass the mic, I'll start with Destiny again, just so that she can.
TT International. Like,
Anytime I'm writing a book or anytime I'm reading, I don't face any challenges because if I do it in my spare time, then it's normally very fun and I don't find anything hard about writing or reading. But if other people find things wrong with like hard, if people find things hard with writing or reading, it's okay because we have different strengths. And sometimes if somebody thinks that you're smarter than somebody else, it's not that you're smarter than them because people are better than other things that other people like. I am better at singing than some people. I'm better at dancing than some people because God's made us all unique and we have a purpose to fulfill. And that's why I feel like writing and reading isn't hard for me because God's made me that way and He's made me know that I don't need anything. I don't need to have, I don't need to be stressed when writing or reading because especially some kids in my class or school, they say, oh, I'm stressed when we're doing English, writing a paragraph. There's no need for you to be stressed. It's literally writing. But also, that's why I just think it's really fun and I don't find anything challenging to write. The quickest times I've wrote books was like in an hour or something. The fastest I've wrote.
I would say I think we're very lucky as women to exist in 2025 as there are less structural challenges. But I guess going through like a very unique university system, something that my female tutors always pointed out to me that sometimes women lack is self-belief. And in like the system that they have education in Oxford that can be really limiting because instead of like we do have lectures, but there's often tutorials which are smaller groups, so you really need to be able to find your own voice. And I definitely saw it as a pattern, and there have been studies that have shown that in like Oxbridge compared to other universities, while in other universities women usually outperform men, in Oxbridge where you need to have a voice and be confident enough to speak in a small group, that can be limiting for women because we're sometimes not as good at that as men because sometimes we lack a confidence, perhaps an irrational confidence in our own ideas. So I guess I would say for me, something that I sometimes struggle with finding is that self-belief, to have confidence in my own ideas and to speak out even when I'm not quite sure and just to say it anyway. And I think as a leader, that's really important, not to bite your tongue and to be able to say it no matter what.
For me, probably when I was 12 years old, I faced this really big challenge. It was an acceptance of the way how I have chosen to express myself. It was the starting point where I started to be the influencer in the social medias. It was all when I was 12 years old. And when especially it happened in Uzbekistan, when all the classmates where I have been like surround myself people, they didn't accept the way how I wanted to express all my feelings, for example, my thoughts. And it was a huge problem for me because probably as a young person in a social media who is trying to do something big, it was quite challenging to see that people, they don't accept you. They try to, for example, hate you. And I faced with haters a lot. And when people, they literally ask me how you're not, right now you're so confident in what you're doing, or for example, to do something more like, for example, in front of a lot of people, like right now, just because probably I faced it before. And this is the main problem right now with such generation where all the social medias are starting developing day by day, and it's literally has a huge impact on children, and not even children, on Generation Z as well. And especially when it's where there is a big impact, there is both sides of this impact. It's a beneficial and at the same time is a destructional impact on people. And I feel like the huge challenge is to don't let your kids to be influenced by this impact, and to share all your the values that you have, and probably to give a certain mindset that will be full of confidence, full of the competence that you would love to compete with other people, no matter how would you love to do this in your own way. So yes.
So for me, I think the challenge has been kind of remembering to acknowledge my own achievements and not just seek validation from other people. Because as I mentioned earlier, I think up to a certain point, no one had really told me that I could sort of be a leader, and I thought, I guess it made me think that I couldn't be, because I wasn't acknowledging there were so many things that I had already done, and there were so many things that were worth celebrating that I wasn't really giving time to, because I felt like I kept having to move on to the next achievement and keep doing more for it to sort of count as having achieved something. But yeah, something I've realized, especially in the last few years, is that you do have to remember to validate yourself, and remember that I think there's moments when other people compliment you, it's always nice, and it's always a nice confirmation that other people are seeing what you're doing. But if you're, I think especially if you're the type of person who tends to take a lot of things on and do a lot of the work in the background, if you're not like the loud person who tends to sort of loudly present the idea and get all the attention, you do have to acknowledge like the work that you did, and that it did matter, and you did make a contribution, and that you should be able to celebrate yourself, and yeah, sort of take time for yourself and acknowledge just your achievements and everything that you've done.
Yeah, some really great points. And circling back to your point that really stood out to me, Yasmina, on the backlash that you face, because often a lot of older people see young leaders and they have they acknowledge us and approve of that, but often it's different. The feedback we get from people who are within our own age group, and I can definitely relate to that a lot. Often when you have, for example, our generation, when you have a lot of people who tend to conform, as a young leader, if you're a person who's standing out or doing something different, you're often faced with a lot of backlash, or people, how do I even put this into words? People often look for ways to find you intimidating almost, rather than taking inspiration from you. And I find it with people who are older, they always want to take inspiration, but then sometimes, this is not the case for everyone, but in a lot of instances, just like Yasmina was saying, that rather than being faced with people who want to come and, learn, you're often faced with, well, you just have this because you're privileged, or this, that, and the other. But there's a difference between people who are privileged and use their privileges correctly, and people who are privileged but don't use those tools. So it always depends on how you look at things. And for me, how I overcame that was probably being around the right people, because when you're around the right people, they're not gonna find you intimidating. They're not gonna find your success as something that throws them off. But when you're on the wrong path, around the wrong people, that's the type of people that you're gonna be surrounded by. So yeah, I do really wish, like I always say when I'm talking, that more people our age were here to hear this, but it is a downside of being a young leader that a lot of people actually don't know, and I'm really glad you brought that point up actually, because it's really interesting. So the next question I have is, what are the skills that you, okay, no, as a young person, how are you leveraging or using your skills, platforms, and networks to create lasting impact, whether it be entrepreneurial impact, social impact, or community impact?
And so that question actually makes me think of a project I was working on earlier this year where I sort of created and produced a documentary about the loneliness epidemic. And it was a topic I had kind of researched and chosen, and I discovered that loneliness most affects so young people between 16 to 25, and then older people over 60. And it was really interesting seeing it was many of those age groups that kind of get juxtaposed, because I think it was among young people who are trying to sort of build your network and learn to connect with people in a genuine way for the first time as you're growing up, and it's getting harder and harder because of things like the internet and social media, where you can connect with people all over the world, but sometimes they can be kind of empty connections. And I think people also assume that young people will automatically learn how to socialize because of growing up with social media, but in reality, I think it's something that I think still needs to be taught, and still like different generations need to genuinely connect and kind of teach each other rather than assuming what everyone knows. And then in older people, it was kind of that as people get older, their connections tend to drop off, they tend to move apart, it's harder to stay together. So I think there's also a lot of studies that show that if you have friends from different age groups, that kind of enriches everyone a lot more. People can learn things from each other a lot better. So I think that's one of the things that we should encourage in people. And it was one of the reasons I wanted to create the documentary, to kind of show that, so bring awareness to the loneliness epidemic and the impacts it has, because I think it has quite a lot of health impacts as well. Like it can be equivalent to smoking 50 cigarettes a day, even if you've never smoked. And it was something that I just thought was important to bring awareness to, and to also offer some solutions to for how people can sort of deal with it and get through that better. And I think if we, I think like you were saying with how some people sort of disregard young leaders sometimes. I think if we find ways to bridge the gap between the different generations, as well as between people in the same age groups, I think that will, help build genuine connections and help everyone a lot more. So that was something I wanted to bring attention to.
About it was as a young person, how are you leveraging or using your skills, platforms, and networks to create lasting impacts, whether it's social and community or cultural?
I think I will first of all look at the statistics that by 2025, people, and especially the UN organizations, they call the Generation Z is the most enterprising generation, basically, just because by 21% it was raised by people who are entrepreneurial from 18 to 30 years old. This is why this generation is called the most enterprising one. And the main question why, and my answer will be just because of the increase of the development of different platforms, the social media networks. First of all is TikTok, second of all is YouTube and Instagram. People are earning basically money at these platforms by expressing their own way of life, sometimes the tips or the skills, by sharing and creating a community. And I think that right now, the most popular way to develop your skills or to share the skills with other people is through the social medias. And the way how it helped me, because I created a community of the same people around me, and they're all also entrepreneurs, 25 years old, and we're all coming together, especially when it comes to different sides of the projects. And it happened because I use the social media as a tool. And right now, I changed all my social medias into more entrepreneurial way to run the social medias, because it helps to not only be yourself, but also surround yourself with the same people who are finding the same interests with you. Especially working in for Instagram and on different projects in Instagram, I understood that there is a strong algorithm, especially when it comes to a search page. There is the AI implemented in this page, and when people are scrolling, like for example, the social media page, and they're finding the motivational speech, for example, or they're finding the different projects that they're interested about, they're following your page based on their interests. And this is how the algorithm of social media is helping you to create the same network of people around you. And it's really interesting pattern that happens right now. And I see that, for example, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, if you would ask and if you would see the person who is running his own agency or business, whatever, for example, at 19 years old, we would be so surprised how is this person is running at a really young age. But right now, people are not surprised at all, because Generation Z is becoming so smart. And the way is, the social medias, it helps to not only share your knowledge, but it opens a lot of opportunities based on the e-commerce, for example, the websites. It became much easier to run your own e-commerce shop than it was before, because before you needed a website developers, you needed people who will help you to, first of all, to build a web design. Right now, with the AI tools, with different platforms, it became much easier to do. And when you're showing people all your journey, how you're becoming the entrepreneurs, they started to believe you. Why? Because it's all you that is building something brick by brick, and then the team, it starts to find you, but not you're finding the team, because you surround yourself with such people based on the social media networks. And this is why I'm finding social media networks right now is like a powerful tool in everywhere, especially in running some businesses. Thank you.
Well, my answer is quite different from that. I think that in terms of building a community, is that what the question, like giving back and using your skills? Okay. Yeah, well, in terms of like making an impact and giving back, I feel like I've actually moved away a bit from social media. In terms of like LinkedIn, it definitely has its place and it's like a very useful tool. But like from my perspective, often the things that people put on there is very specific perspective. That's a lot of corporate speak that's not necessarily actually giving back rather than just hyping themselves up. So obviously, I think LinkedIn can be really, really helpful for your career or your academics. But in terms of giving back, I don't think that'd be the place for me. And similarly, I'm like very interested in academics and like current affairs and stuff like that. And sometimes I try to go towards TikTok and Instagram to find out more about the community and that. Because you can find out a lot of information on there. But I feel I'm coming to like understand that me and my mum were discussing the word like rage earlier today. There's a lot of that on those websites, and in terms of community that can be quite destructive. And similarly, information you perhaps taken is perhaps fact checked, and like the algorithms, like you were saying, are very strong and they reward like a specific type of like rage baity, like hyper, I don't know how to describe it, but not the most positive, like enriching content. So like in terms of giving back in education, I'm definitely trying to move towards more in person, and I'm quite proud of myself. I've always been quite involved with like charity work before I left for school. For university, I did charity work at university. I like aided in like helping refugees process their claims as well. So that's definitely in person way I've given back, and I'm definitely looking for more ways to do that. But in terms of building community, I think I'm gonna try and start in person with people I know with real books.
The question, so it's, as a young person, how are you using your skills platforms and networks and the people you know to create lasting impact.
So, me and my siblings and my family, we always go to children's schools and libraries, and we sell our books there, and we impact their lives, and we tell them all about us, and we public speak to them, and we inspire them, and we go to schools like Saint Sebastian's, Saint Ambrose, and we go to libraries, and there was two kids. First of all, I inspired a 4-year-old to write a book because I used to be the youngest author in the world to write and publish a book in less than 5 months. But now, because I inspired that 4-year-old, he was the youngest author in the world to publish and write a book. So now I'm the youngest author in the world to publish and write multiple books, and I'll still write. Also, I went to the two children. There's 2 children, 1 child. I went to their school, and we went to talk to their school. And the child, when we left the school, the teachers told us that, oh yeah, when they were going out to break, and we were about to go and talk to another class, the teachers of that class that we just talked to, they told us there was this small kid, and after we inspired her, she said she didn't want to go out to break because she wanted to write a book. And there was this other kid who said, because there was this other kid who also said that they wanted to write a book because Destiny says you can write a book at any age and you don't have to be old to write a book.
Great answers from everyone. For me, how I'm using my skills, I would say I'm intertwining the use of social media and real life. But yesterday I really actually touched on something that you mentioned earlier. I was talking about the importance of making an impact in your community and focusing on the people that are right in front of you, because for me, social media is a byproduct of, it's an additional opportunity to the opportunities that we already have. For example, this event is real. This is real in-person, genuine inspiration. This is face-to-face. Social media is so important because it helps you reach the masses. But because of, these different algorithms showing us a lot of successful people, it's led to people thinking that when you are making an impact, it's all about the numbers, it's all about the statistics, it's all about how many people you're leading. But with leadership, it's about being intentional. So very recently, I've changed my mindset around because I've always been about the numbers. I'm always looking at my analytics, especially now working in digital marketing. We have like the marketing aspect, the practical side, and then we also have to look at our analytics all the time. So I've always been looking, well, this didn't work, so I need to do this. But what really matters now is the in-person connections. And I was just talking about it yesterday, but I think it's really important to bring this back up again, that our teachers have always taught us. And throughout my school life, teachers have always made it clear that it always starts with impacting the local community. And over the years, when I was younger, when teachers used to say it, I'd brush it off and I'd be like, well, I don't want to just impact the local community. I want to be worldwide. I want to have all, I want to be global. I want to impact millions. And that will happen, but that can't happen if you're skipping the very people who need help, who are right in front of you. Because of the, the love for the numbers and the analytics and the kind of, in a way, people want to have fun. Because of that, you'll see people, specifically people in our generation, and I like to call it the performative pandemic. That's what I like to call it. You see a lot of people our age, they get online, they, post a lot of things, and it's really just opinions, but, they think kind of like they're doing activism work, and it's powerful, but you're skipping the people in your community, the people who want to, advocate for people all around the world, which is good. But when was the last time, you know, you donated to your local charity? When was the last time you helped at your local soup kitchen? When I'm walking around and I'm seeing things in the local area, it seems to just be, you know, older people who are doing that. And I really appreciate the energy that we have as Gen Z to know, to speak up about things online and social media, but it makes us forget that, you know, there are people in front of us. We have opportunities. We have a platform and a network in front of us. There are people who need help in front of us. There are people in our day-to-day lives that we skip, that we don't impact because we want to be global, because we want to be huge. And as a business, someone with a business as well, this has helped me a lot because I used to post a lot. I do still use social media a lot. I love social media. I don't hate social media. But I was always focusing on, I want to build my brand. I want my brand to be huge. I want so many customers from all around the world. When there were people in my city who don't even know about my store, people in my own city, people in the area of my shop who don't know that I own a shop. Why am I trying to reach the masses when I have an audience right in front of me? Why am I skipping the people in front of me to, you know, reach a whole wide audience of people who may not even be interested in what I'm doing? So the last message that I just want to round up on this is that, you know, how we should use our network should be intentional. We should be thinking about the small impacts that we can make and the personal impacts that we can make before we try and reach the masses and think about the popularity and the numbers and the statistics. So that was what I had to say. Thank you. And the last question that I have today what are some practical strategies for fostering a culture of leadership, resilience, and innovation amongst the next generation? So in other words, what are some practical tips that you have for, you know, being a leader and being resilient and innovative for our generation?
I think the main tip I would give is kind of put yourself forward for things, to sort of try new things. Remember that leadership can look a lot of different ways, and you can find a side of leadership that fits you. For example, attending this conference is reminded that I actually did a sort of leadership as coach qualification with an organization called Circle, and their method was they would pair young people with a professional at an organization. So I was paired with a woman who works at Barclays, and we were both learning about the coaching qualification at the same time. So we were kind of on the same level, and it was new to both of us. And we had sort of big group sessions where we learned about the coaching techniques of it was sort of things like asking open questions and sort of active listening, and all the ways to help encourage someone else to be the best they can be on the coaching side. And then we would have one-to-one sessions where we practiced it on each other, and we both asked each other at the beginning about sort of a main goal that we had, something we wanted to achieve, and then we would sort of coach each other on ways to achieve that, ways to move forward, and you'd kind of let the other person talk and then pick out points from what they mentioned and highlight that this is something that you kind of know about yourself, but you maybe haven't realized it. Maybe just hearing it, hearing that feedback from someone else can help you realize what you already have. And putting myself forward for that was one of the ways I sort of learned, reminded myself that I can be a leader, and I can sort of find ways to help people even with sort of my own personality, because I'm more of a quiet person and I'm not like the sort of more like loud, brash leaders you see. But I've learned that it's really important to not only have those like loud, brash people, and that basically just all types of personalities can work for leadership, and that also leadership is a collaborative thing, and you should always consider sort of teamwork in it. It's not just about being the leader, giving orders and making all the decisions on your own. As some people have mentioned, it's important to delegate and to in some situations kind of let everyone be a leader of what their expertise is, and know when you need to learn something from other people, know when you can lead, and be confident in your own skills, and then encourage that confidence and coach other people. So basically just remember that anyone can be a leader, and that it can suit you no matter what type of personality or style that you have.
Yeah.
I think one of the really smart strategies to help people to become a leader is to increase the number of mentorship programs. Because it's really important, especially among the generations that the alpha generation, that is, people who are right now like in the young age of 10 to 16 years old, people or to 20. And I think that the second strategy that I'm finding quite interesting is to let people choose their own role model and to help the young generation to connect with this role model. And this is like, it's really important because everyone right now has the role models in different platforms or even in person. We have some people who can literally be an advisor for us. And this is, I will just interconnect with the mentorship program that I mentioned before. And I feel like these programs that will just help people to realize what they really want to do and who they want to be the same of. I mean, and you mentioned before the thing is regarding the numbers of the social medias. I feel like numbers is a power everywhere in every single field of life, the aspects of life. And when it comes to the charity programs, the numbers can literally help to increase the awareness of any charity programs that you have. For example, it can be any, for example, the influencers. I know a lot of, they are all my friends, the influencers who are making a charity things, for example, on public, but at the same time, they're attracting the attention of this charity organizations who like to invest some things to this program. So it's like, it's all interconnected within each other. And I think that the practical strategy when it comes to the mentorships, it all should be belong to each other. For example, if it comes to the charity part of the social medias, for example, or the role models, we should probably use in the mentorship the people who are probably doing or translating these things in the social media platforms. Or another practical strategy that I'm finding also interesting is to let people collaborate with each other. It's to make strong collaboration with universities, with colleges, and to make a certain communities that are helping people to be in more like collaborated, because the collaboration I feel like in our generation is really important, and it just helps people to find the same people with the same interests and with the same purposes and, for example, values as well. So yeah, thank you.
I think in terms of being a leader, one of the most important things is to sort of be self-actualized and to know yourself and to know what you want, because it's hard to lead people if you don't know where you're going yourself. And so for me, a tip that I found really helpful in terms of getting to know oneself is to like journal, because then you can like look back into the past and see where you are and compare it to where you are now, where you want to go. And I feel like it just helps sort of create a map for yourself as a person, and like accountability as well, which is really important for your goals. So I guess that would be my tip.
Question was, what are some practical strategies or steps for fostering a culture of leadership amongst the next generation?
So I would say that you should never give up and you should follow your dreams. And also, I'm just saying, my sister has a planner so you can plan your things in it. And just as she said, I was remembering, you can look back in a journal because you can see all the problems you've had then, and you can look how it's impacted you and how your goals have really worked. Because if you put your mind to something and you believe you can do something, then that thing can happen by God's grace. Because sometimes people say, I want to be a gymnast, but they don't really do anything, or they just don't really care. And also my sister told me this story. Once there was this man waiting for the bus stop, and he was just sitting on the ground he was just sitting on the ground looking at his phone. He was putting his hand out like that, because normally people just do that when they put their hand up for the bus, but he was acting sluggish, and the bus never stopped for him because he wasn't standing up, and the bus probably saw him there, but it didn't pick him up because it saw the way he was acting, and he there's so many things that I want to be when I grow up, and I don't probably know what I'm gonna be, but I have a lot of things, and my mom's enrolled me in drama, dancing, gymnastics, because I've had a passion for them since I was really young, and I'm going to clubs and I'm going to clubs and I'm doing work there. So if I find my passion in those things, I can pick what I want to be when I'm older, because it's not about like if you're really young and you can't find something to be, you have to get yourself involved in extracurricular clubs because it might help you through your lifetime and your lifestyle. If I want to be a doctor, I could go to maybe maths classes or science classes, or if I want to be a gymnast, I could do gymnastics. Like my mom has already put me in gymnastics, and I'm really happy that she's done that for me, and she also put me in dancing and drama, and I'm learning new dances. And also, I would want to say, if somebody's telling you to like, if somebody wants to put you down and you want to fulfill something that you wanted, like, if I wanted to be an author, I'm already an author. But if I wasn't an author and I wanted to be an author, and someone was jealous of me because they didn't want me to succeed in life, I shouldn't even think of them, because I should think of the thing that I'm wanting to do. If they're telling me like, no, you're not good at this, or yeah, I don't think you would suit this. You can practice makes perfect, because if I'm not good at dancing or something, then I keep on learning how to dance, then I'll get perfect at dancing. God has give you a gift and you have to use that. Just like Simone Biles, she's a gymnast. She wasn't born that's supposed to learn how to do gymnastics. And that's why I'm saying, if someone's trying to put you back, forget about them, because you don't need them in your life. They'll die. Definitely like I'm the youngest person in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For me, a practical step that I would give to anyone in our generation who wants to become a leader is to be authentic. Most of the times we hear, just be yourself, just be authentic, and people yawn and people roll their eyes and they're like, this is so cliche. Why does everybody always say this? Maybe everybody says it because it's true. And when people say things are so cliche and always used, I really look into that, and I'm like, well, people often repeat this because it's true and it's simple. So I'm just gonna close off by saying that leadership begins with authenticity. Another thing with our generation is that everybody wants to lead, but in a society where you're all conforming and you don't know who you are, you won't be able to have the ability to lead if you're not authentic. When you are your authentic self, you're able to know who you need to lead and the type of people who need your leadership. It's not about, stretching yourself out everywhere. For example, my point of leadership is in the personal development field. I can't lead everywhere. That's not possible. So when you find your purpose and your authentic self, that's when you're able to lead intentionally, lead directly, and actually have that, lasting legacy. So thank you very much to all of my wonderful panelists beside me. It was great to hear what all of you had to say, and thank you all for listening to us today.
We will take one question from the audience. Yeah, just one. We don't have time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am amazed. My question is, 100 years ago, 100 years ago, women couldn't even speak, weren't even heard of. Now, look at this now. My question is that to pass it on for the next 100 years, how do you see the next 100 years going forward for leaders. So, as you say, we have this vision. So it's the next 100 years, what next?
I see it going very positively. Obviously, we also have a lot of downsides, but yesterday we were talking about, or was this 2 days ago at the opening for the Global Summit, we were talking about what it means to be a visionary disruptor. And nowadays we see a lot of people fighting for different causes and fighting for different things. But one thing I took from that panel session is that true visionary disruptors are not actually disrupting, they're not fighting. The leaders that I have here alongside of me, including myself, we're not fighting, we are just being. We are just doing what we do. And obviously you will have people, you know, fighting against things and, you know, trying to combat certain issues. But here, what I think it's less trying to combat issues, but it's just, you know, actually being in a space, not necessarily disrupting the space, but bringing our light into the space. That actually paves the way for the rest of the generation. So that's my answer to the question. Thank you.
I think what I would say is to remember that change always happens no matter what, because I think throughout history, whenever people have pushed back against change, it's even when it's taken a while to happen, it's always gotten there. And even when we see these kind of current events, some people are trying to drag certain things backwards, but it doesn't stop others from pushing forward and pushing for more improvements and more changes. I think if more people are willing to sort of take on leadership within themselves and to remember that leadership doesn't just look like one thing, it will help us get to sort of the right positive changes even quicker. It won't take 100 years to reach to sort of true equality and equity for everyone. And to always remember that if you've gotten to a point where you think sort of great changes have been made, remember there's always more to go. So I always remember the example of how people talk about in 1918, women finally gained sort of the right to vote, but it was in reality, it was only some like wealthy landowning married women who got the right to vote in that year. And it wasn't until 1928, like maybe 10 years later, that all women and all men who didn't own land got the right to vote. And that was the true point of those like voting equality, even though there was still sort of some pushback. And so I think as long as people remember, even if you hit one goal, don't sit back and say that everything's fine, or because we've got sort of equality for one group and it's fine for everyone else. Just remember there's always other people you can help, other people you can connect with, other ways that you can lead and sort of build that community and keep making those changes. And then hopefully sort of the next 100 years will look bright if everyone takes that on.
Questions, maybe we can ask for any questions or do I need to you're asking about how
Okay. How I see that in 100 years, everything is going to change. I think that there is going to be a lot of opportunities for women, because right now, I think we are on the way to get to the point where is the gender equality, it really matters everywhere. And I feel like years by years, but unfortunately, I'll just say the one thing that the history is, has like, the thing is, it's always repeating. And this is what I'm really afraid of, because when it comes to the point where women, they really want to self-express, they have a really big power right now from my point of view. I feel like at this time when we've reached the gender equality, something will change in 100 years. And I feel like the women, they will get even more power than it was before, because the hardest times they're creating are really powerful people. And when the women were struggling a lot by the really big pressure of men, I think that since this time literally they created a really powerful ladies right now who are running a lot of the big industries in the markets. And I see that there is going to be a lot of women entrepreneurs also, because even looking at these ladies here, we're so different ages, And I'm really shocked how here I'm surrounded by really talented people, and it doesn't matter what age we are, it doesn't matter what age we are or gender we are standing here and speaking in front of people. And I believe that in the nearest future, there is going to be so much opportunities to make a really bigger and bigger impact, especially on this field.
Thank you so much. That's not fun. Thank
The hands together. Now we have a photo in the panel. Please come on and take a photo. Take a photo with everyone, please, and we just have quick tea and coffee. Can we just take a photo with our young leaders and please tea, coffee, and then we just come back here. The last panel session will be less than we expected. Thank you so much. That was amazing. Well done. And this is what it's all about, leaving a lasting legacy. We don't need to be here tomorrow as leaders. And I've got my wonderful friend Ellie there. Come on. Can we just come behind our young children so we support them as the bride? Come on, come on. Let's come quick, and then we have our, then the last panel session, then we have a break, and we have the award dinner. Let's quick, please, then there's tea, coffee. Let's come on for photos and go grab your tea and coffee, please. Actually, we grab to come back in here. Come on, everyone, please.
Oh. Sweetie, come here. Thank you. Okay. Oh, okay, what do you do? So, like, I'll check on
Sorry, really topic connection. I'm really inspired by all what you did. Oh, thank you.
I remember back to, I mean, I have no idea already where I'm updating my life. Idea where I want to come to my life. I think I had multiple things going on and I had a decision to make of whether I was going to go for or.
Very good.
Within a year, went nowhere, but I have my memories.
There you go.
I wish I could.
Please even like get tickets. You're gonna enjoy your.
Okay, no, I had it. I will close. Is it over?
No, coffee break. Coffee break, we'll be back. Oh, okay.
Fine.
Yeah. She's like a great leader.
Ano mo yan? Namin chamo wa? Aso.
There's one last one. Yeah. Yeah. Mom, please let's wow. Please let
Have our launch from tea and biscuits and come back to have the final session, please. Before the award dinner, please. Let's just grab our tea if you're having it and just come back in, please. Then you can look at your self change or yeah.
Please feel on the way.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, you're
I know, you're gonna be right. I told you that. I was gonna yes, for me, we just need to have accomplishment, the way she spoke the time, I know. I was very young. That was very fun. Oh, very good. Next year, you'll be final. Like, thank you so much. See you later. Thank you. Yeah. Have you all had your tea and coffee? We have to come back. Okay, great. So thank you.
So the last time I communicated, suspecting it, they have run out of data. We should be fine. No, I don't want to. Finally, some of these things.
I gave you 15 yesterday, sorry. One will be 8.
But she is diagnosed with it, but then it's younger than her. She's younger than I mean, yes.
Everybody like, yeah, just like that. I'm gonna go to one of this. No, I didn't. You gathered this. Easy to do it. Great pleasure. Was it cheap? Oh, Sylvia, you gotta do this. I usually with the woman. I do this. I don't know, it's so important. First of all the ones are gonna be second of all. I would have flown from Africa.
Young leaders summit.
Oh, the young leaders. It gave us hope, it gave me hope. You know, with everything that's going on.
Over to young people.
Not her mentor. No, but isn't it great that I think that's a great program too.
Okay, you simultaneously your basic. We're applied something.
But I spent, I was thinking about whether the UK when I first made that call for these kids. So, and they, it was like, That's not. Communication has ceased then. I am getting a line. She's not have data, I'm sure, I'm suspecting them. So WhatsApp is not going to direct. That's right, my direct line is called.
So we can. Where is the problem?
Guiding her. We're gonna catch her and then training too. Hey, the training to go off our back. The train commutes.
Oh, regretted that you weren't on the panel.
Yeah, so far, things that. Yeah, this is where we have a lot like an aspect of organic that because there's so much going on, it's like hard to know everything that's happening. So a lot more of us Oh, okay. Did you want to change the hey? Come by. Long book. Oh, okay.
I was summoned back, so I brought up my.
Oh, I'm going to see you okay, but I'm not seeing you. Some of them are women in. Get the band. I'm trying to win you. That's all.
Right.
I just said. I was very silent. Oh, you need to.
Gonna start soon, we'll just wait for everyone to come up. In the meantime, while we are waiting, does anyone have questions that you want to be answered? While we are waiting for everyone to come, anybody wants to ask a question? You have a question? We're waiting to have the next panel session. Does anyone have a question, please?
I question, my submission goes to Nathan. When you were speaking, you mentioned 3 T's. You said truth, trust. I couldn't get the third one, so I just want you to elaborate on that one for me. Thank you.
So, don't worry. Thank you very much. Okay, so the first is time. And so time is, I always take at least 24 hours, no matter how angry or incentivized I am, I take like a whole day at least. And then after that, I test it out with my friends. I've got an inner circle of females that I phone. They all have different perspectives, and in that 24 hours, then I have the benefit of the opinions and advice as well. And then after that, it's truth. So truth is where, after balancing off the words of my friends and my confidence, after that, I weigh off which aligns best with me. So yes, they've given me the guidance, but it may not necessarily suit me. They've given those gifts, but you have to work out what's right for you still. So I spend a bit of time thinking about that. And then I decide to put my whole effort behind it best, because you need to decide on a course of action. And if it ends up being that it's not the right one, at least you tried, and you've only got yourself, haven't you, to blame for that. And I can accept that, but at least it's in my control.
Thank you. Any other question while we wait? We're gonna start now. One of our panelists is on our way. Any other question while we wait to start the panel in the next 1 minute? We're waiting for one of our panelists. Anybody have any question on the whole theme, the whole of today? Anything you need more clarity on?
Yesterday, there was the lady, I've forgotten her name. She said she leads with intentionality, and that she's everything that she say, she does it with intention, but she never elaborated on it. So if you can, how to lead with intentionality. Thank you.
Okay, that's a great one. I would say from my own point of view, when you're intentional, you're deliberate, you mean what you're doing. In fact, there's a purpose behind it. We say reason, the why, a motive behind everything that we're doing. And that reason, that motive, that purpose is driving your every action. Let's take, for example, if I'm thirsty, right? The drive is thirst. I'll reach for water and not food. If I'm hungry, the drive is hunger. I will not reach for water. And once I've eaten and full, there is no longer that drive, there's no longer thirst, there is that fulfillment. And fulfillment is that kind of balance that will tell you that what you've done intentionally have achieved the purpose for which you set out to achieve, and hence you're fulfilled. So it's simply like, I'm coming out here today to the Global Women Leadership Summit. We are creating this summit over 3 days. Why are we creating it? It's not just for the sake of coming together, seeing other women, just dancing and celebrating. Absolutely no. Why? What do we want to achieve? Okay, one moment women to come here, understand who they are, become self-aware. I am unique. I've got potential within me. Destined for greatness. There is something in me. I've got a purpose to live on this earth and unlock that purpose with the help of great leaders who are here sharing strategies and resources with you. And then you go out and lead in your domain of leadership. So based on that purpose, we had to go behind and put all the program. How can we best serve in this way that when every female lives here or every male who attends lives becoming aware of who they are? Simply even just knowing that I've been acting small all this while. I've not been my true self all this while. Awareness is the beginning of any transformational journey. So it's just actually very important and vital. Just for someone living here becoming aware is the beginning, is the first step. Sure. So it's great. We must not all live here, well, I'm acting, I'm taking action, I'm, conquering. Absolutely no. I was working with an incredible leader, not leader, a young girl, and everyone is a leader, but she's not yet unlocked her potential. And she told me this that really shocked me. She's been abused, she's been mentally depressed, she's had depression. I said, for how long? She said, all my life from when I was a child. And I said, when were you aware that you were depressed? She said, only last year. She said something that I thought this was the norm. I thought being depressed, having this anxiety, because everyone in the family was depressed. Everyone I grew up with, I grew up seeing my mom that way, my dad, my sisters. So I thought it was the norm. Even though I didn't like it, but I thought that's how life was. I said, when did you become aware? She said, only during lockdown. She started a session on the internet and she realized this is not the norm. Some of us live in darkness and we think it's the norm. Until we become aware that there is something called light, we'll continue to live in that darkness. We'll never want to step out and find what's light. So only that part of being aware is so important and vital as well. And based on that, we are doing this conference. We've got the speakers who can add value. So I hope that really helps. That's the best way to set intention. We didn't just come here, whatever happens, happens. Like we say, like in most churches, we just flow with the spirit. Everybody is like, even the spirit, there is order, guidance. Based on that, you put practical things. We are humans. We need to actually, spiritual beings, yes, they're having a natural physical experience on this planet that will be able to impact others. So I hope that helps. We're going to start straight away now with our panel session. One of our panelists is not yet, Dr. Mutari. Okay, I'm going to start and then she will join us later because I think we are really running out of time. We don't want to keep everyone here. Thank you so very much again for your patience, for everything. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Professor Tim. Thank you for your contribution. Women leadership, women empowerment, we are truly grateful and honored to have you and draw from your wisdom, immense wisdom. Wisdom is not about intelligence. He's a very intelligent professor, but wisdom goes beyond intelligence. It's not what he has learned. You can really see that from the depth, his personality, the characteristics that we've seen all the incredible leaders here. And I don't know if you've noticed that. Each leader here today has been truly speaking from the heart. They've been truly authentic. It's not a theoretical leadership. Am I right? So I think that's really, you kind of like, this is real life. It's not some theory. Thank you. We're going to go now to our final panel session, which will be looking at building a holistic legacy. We're coming now to the end of it, all about legacy. We've seen the young ones. Holistic, what does that word mean? We'll look at our panel, actually, panelists will tell us that. Holistic leadership, family, well-being, and influence that endure the test of time. We want to build a holistic legacy, impact influence that endure the test of time long after we are gone. It continues to live behind us. I'm going to invite my wonderful panelists now, and we will be looking at creating impact that transcends generation, beyond our generation. I'm going to call on the Deputy Lieutenant of Merseyside, the wonderful Mrs. Madam Natalie Reed-Bailey. Thank you so much for the very good panel. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to call another incredible leader, the wonderful Dr. Neva Alexander. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. From New York. Thank you. And we have the amazing Dr. Justina Mutale. She's had a bit of issues on the train and just arrived now. She's having some food. She'll be joining us shortly. We'll start while she joins later on. Thank you. Thank you. Great. We're just going to look at this. We're going to look at this session. First of all, like I said, it's all about building a holistic legacy. Leadership, family well-being, so we're talking about leadership, we're talking about family, well-being, all of these. What does that word holistic mean? I mean, I will add to that later on. Like we were saying yesterday, I'm not sure if it was actually Natalie who raised that point or another leader. Sometimes we think we have to act this way, be professional, we cannot be everything, we cannot be a caring mom and a leader out there. And I said, there's just one life. There is only life. We just have one life to live, this life. All of these parts, being professional, working, is part of this life. So we need to really have that wholeness, that harmony to ensure we are living this one life effectively. What does that mean to you? What does it mean living holistically? We start with that.
Hello, let me borrow your microphone. Thank you.
So for me, I guess this one's a difficult one for me because, as you know, anyone who plays multiple roles, especially mine, which seem to conflict with one another, you have my third sector roles, which demand a type of person that leads from the heart. And then with my lieutenancy role, there's the type of person that adheres to custom and tradition and rules and regulation. And therefore, you become a sort of hybrid person. You have to learn what bits of you do you bring to these roles. And you almost need a little step down moment to switch between the two. And the reason I mention this is because for me, another complication of being holistic is that everybody in this world, I think, is a product, whether we like it or not, of where we come from and what we've been through. And part of my role as a lieutenant means that we don't speak a lot about personal issues. It's not about the person, it's about the role, it's about the rank. But today, I'm sure in this setting, I'll be forgiven for going into this. But for me, it's more important for me to be a lieutenant because I am a person that comes from a place which is not wholesome. My life was very disjointed, and so for me, family was a kind of fragmented thing. So as I grew up, my family became my friends and my community, which then led me into a journey of trying to do that. The thing that I'd found, I'd been very lucky to find someone at a key point in my life where I could have gone in a multitude of directions. And many of the people I went to school with did just that. I was very lucky that at a key point in my life, somebody was there for me who was not related to me by blood, who showed me what holistic could be. And I was then able to give that gift by being able to work in that sphere, which made me feel like I was working towards something which was my true purpose. It's something I can speak to. So if you saw the previous panel that we were on, leadership is something I almost feel like an imposter in sometimes because of my background. A lot of people see the rank and think, oh, that person's sorted. They must have it all sorted out. However, we're all people. We all come from somewhere. So a lot of us are battling that internal dialogue as we go forward to try and create these holistic companies and holistic opportunities. We're battling with feeling that holistic sense within ourselves sometimes. For me, that comes with
community. The strength of my community fills my vessel up every day. So for me, there's a number of things about being in a holistic environment. It's not just the holistic feeling we're giving to our communities, but working within it gives us that feel-good factor as well. So whether you're the person delivering it or whether you're the person receiving it, it's a perfect loop. So yeah, I'll leave that one there for now.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for that and also being really valuable. We really appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Justina and Kelly. Thank you. And I think it's really amazing, like she said, the fact that sometimes we have to play different roles, and especially, I mean, to Natalie, I think if some of you have met her here, the first time I saw her in a uniform, it was so strange. I saw some photos, she got her uniform not long ago, and everyone we saw her in those uniforms said, this is a different Natalie. She's always bubbly, smiling. She had to be, like Ami, serious and straight. Honestly, I was telling my husband, how do I greet her today? Because it's the first time when she was afraid to come in a uniform. With her, and I really get it, because you see someone who is loving and natural tendency is to love, is to hug, is to smile, but with that role, she has to be really like an army. So I really get it, which is really challenging. I mean, it's easy for me. I don't have those type of roles, so I think I can always be myself. So I think that that's a good one, you sharing, and also sharing the fact that, family sometimes, and like we said, we mentioned this yesterday, must not be your blood family. There are some friends, they brothers who are not really blood brothers. They are closer than a true blood brothers. And family has a huge role. We also mentioned that, yes, if you come from a broken family, it's going to affect you, but you're not condemned to that, because there is change. There's a possibility to change, to be transformed. When you renew your mind, understand that there is something better. So despite where she's come from, it doesn't matter. She's been able to transform her life, and she's this incredible leader. And every day she keeps transforming and impacting the lives of others. I'll go on to the wonderful Dr. Neva. If you want to, apologies, I've not even asked them to introduce themselves. I've just assumed you've seen them before. I mean, everyone has listened to them on the panel, right? Except Dr. Mutambi. If you want to, please feel free to do that before you speak. And we're talking about holistic leadership. What is this to you?
Okay, so I'll do it quickly, quick introduction. Dr. Neva, company name is Neva Lines, pretty much leadership development, but with a twist, meaning a global twist, having a global mindset. I'm author, let's see what else, speaker, all those great stuff. Now, when I see the word holistic, when I say see, if you pass a store and you see holistic, the first thing that comes to mind, natural, right? So for me, holistic, they sell natural products, something that's complete, make you whole. Some, different ingredients put together, interconnected. So with those different ingredients, it's created to make you better. So holistic leadership, to me, in that sense, just different things to bring you together that you can draw from to lead. Now, to piggyback off of what you said, thinking back of your childhood, I'll put it, or how you were brought up, and the things, your background, that also spills over to leadership, right? So you were brought up into a home where it's chaotic. In leadership now, you need to know how to kind of understand that chaos, and if you have to put it aside so that you become a better leader, to develop, that's what I would say holistic leadership, still having known who you are, right? So for me, coming and talk about theory and that's not me. I lean more into who I am. I let you know my background. I let you know everything is possible, because you're not going to know the entire me. You're not going to know anyone here entirely, right? But lean into that, making it natural, making it approachable, all those different ingredients. That's holistic leadership.
Wow, I love that. I'm not going to add anything to that.
So holistic, natural, just take that word, everything together to be natural, that natural leader that we'll be talking again and again. Let me just come up to you. I'll just go through. The title is, the theme, Building Holistic Legacy, Leadership, Family, Well-being, and Influence that Endures the Test of Time. A legacy that goes beyond all transcends generation. And we're looking first and foremost on the holistic. What does that mean? So have an idea first when we're talking about this holistic leadership. What does that mean to you?
Hello, sorry, needed to test me.
Introduce yourself first.
And I also want to say hello to everyone since I just arrived. And thank you very much for being with us this evening. I know we have been very busy times. And the fact that you took time off your busy schedule to be with us is highly appreciated. Thank you. Like my my colleague said, I think I just have to back on what she has said. Also, I want to say that really holistic leadership is what women are, because women lead with their natural wisdom. We have already inbuilt wisdom with us. For example, in recent years, everyone has been championing the idea of emotional intelligence, but women naturally have high emotional intelligence. And that stems from being mothers. And the idea of being a mother is also being a leader. And to be a mother, you have to be a holistic leader. You have to look at your children and try to understand them. And especially if you have more than one child, you've got to see what kind of characteristics those children have. What makes one child happy and what makes the other one easily offended or easily unhappy. And you've got to tune into that so you know how to treat your children, even though they are all your children, but you've got to know how to treat them differently according to how their character and the way they react to certain things. And so when you get into leadership, you can take that into your team as well, because to create a good team or the best team, you've got to tap into the strengths of each person in your team, because not everyone will be good at everything. And you've also got to understand their weaknesses and work on that and try to help them through their weaknesses. For me, I think that is what holistic leadership is. I can go on and on, but I think.
Wow, that's amazing. From another perspective, lovely. And as she was speaking, I was just smiling, like, of course, women, and I just want us to know that you may not be a biological mother, you're still a mother. Naturally, we are wired to nurture, to nourish, and, have compassion and care. We could be carers for our mothers, fathers, and all of that. And when she was just talking about, like, the children if you have one child, they have a completely different character. I was just smiling. I was thinking about my wonderful son. You must have seen him here. I'm naturally like, I don't really respond. You will hardly find me into places arguing. I don't do well. I just leave. I don't get into confrontation. My daughter Latoya, as a first, she was amazing. Quiet, you wouldn't even know a child is there. I have my first son, Caleb. Calm, lovely boy. But when he started going to nursery, he was quite small. Caleb would push everybody. We went to church. I'm like, oh my goodness. I was so, even in my church community, I would not really like get involved. So some women, it was like in an African church. I said, oh, they've got where they can get me now, it's my son. And when I look at him, he'll push children. I'm like, God, I'm Latoya's mom. Because at least they would say, it's not like she brought her son over, she brought another child. That's just his personality. Honestly, but thank God he came out of that. He would just push, he had so much energy, but now he's one of the softest. In fact, they call him a soft lion. So thank God for that. And I was just smiling in that part that. So really, it's being able to look at the strengths and utilize that, isn't it? Maximize. We have to maximize that excessive energy that he had playing football 24/7. And by the time he came back, he was exhausted doing all that, So that's a great one. Thank you so much for that. We'll just move to the next question. How do you cultivate a legacy that extends beyond professional achievements into family, relationships, and well-being? We want to go beyond the professional achievements, beyond how many people are led into maybe entrepreneurship, into leadership roles. We want to step into
that leadership transcending beyond that into our own homes, our families, our relationships, and our personal well-being, which we touched on yesterday.
This is a tough one. I think it's one of the toughest ones for women who have families. I have a stepson who is now 28 and perfectly able to look after himself. So I have two children who are 13 and 12. So the balance between being a wife, being a mum, being present, and having all of these roles, especially some paid, some voluntary. There's always conversations to be had about the balance of that. So you're always aware inside that some part of that balancing act, all the different plates spinning, is not quite there. You kind of have I spent enough time with my family this week? Have I spent enough time on the charities this week? For years that used to bother me, the balance of life. I just couldn't get it right. I'd find myself sort of swinging one way or another, and have sort of months where I'm embedded in the family life and not doing so much outside. But then I'm finding out I'm missing out on opportunities, and people are progressing, and then you jump quite quickly and desperately back into the other side of it, and then the family at home are giving you some stick when you're driving at 11:30. And so you then get into that mindset if you're of that way of I'm only trying to please everybody here, and so for me that was a very difficult time to figure out how I was going to do that without overwhelm. So now I've realized that a lot of the connections that I have with my friends, with my community, I can do by dropping even a message or a voicemail, or just to let them know before an event that I'm there, or send a card that way. So I've had to become more organized, even in my personal relationships. I used to manage my businesses so well, and maybe neglect the giving the same space to my friends and my colleagues. And so now I have that diarised as well, just so that even if I can't physically be there, I can wake up in the morning, just give myself an hour to just send a message to everybody who's got something really important going on. And I think that then that gives them that, and I know when it happens to me and I get a message before something really big, like smash it today night, I just feel that my community is with me. So I try to do that as much as possible. You still drop the ball every now and again, but I found that that is how I've managed to keep such a big community of people around me. They know that I'm there. If I can't be there, I apologize straight away and ask them then, because it's about the fix, isn't it? It's not about the break. You can make mistakes, but it's the way that you fix it. And so just being aware of that and honest in it, I've found has kept us really together as a team. And it means that I can then draw on those pools of people who know that I've been there for them, and hopefully they will come and be there for me on my team too when it comes to it.
Thank you so much. When you said the question and I glanced at the question, I said, I don't know if I should answer this question. Now, I'm so focused on work. Creating a legacy outside of work is foreign to me. Unfortunately, I don't have any children, I'm not married, so 24/7, so work, what's next? What am I gonna build? What am I gonna create? Who I need to contact? That's how my brain runs. I wake up with ideas, 5 o'clock in the morning, oop. But legacy outside of that, so I was supposed to be here yesterday, and I planned, this was on the plan before. A cousin, 30 years of age, passed away in England. So the funeral was yesterday. During the funeral, they spoke, the different family members, and what they said, he was always himself, authentic. And I realized at that time, he created a legacy. people will remember him for being true, being goofy, being lovable. Because that's how I remember it. Whenever I visit the UK, whatever, he'll come and give me that hug. And I always look forward to that hug or him inviting me to some basketball game I have no interest in, but going there. But so during that time yesterday, I started to think about what's my legacy beyond work. I have my parents, thank God, they're still there, but beyond work. So this is something I really have to work on now. What is my legacy beyond work? What I can't say, I would love for people to say, well, whatever she believed in, she carried out, like, at this moment. But it's still a question I have to develop.
Wow, wow. Honestly, and I just told you here, it's truly authentic leadership. She's being honest. She's not just acting, very honest, vulnerable. She's an incredible leader. And she just said, I thought I was not going to answer that question, but she answered and told us the truth about it. Wow. I mean, we are all at diverse stages in our lives. Honestly, it's not about competing or looking at the other, they are at the top, they've achieved it all. It's very okay. And she's aware of that now. And of course, it's going to start working towards that legacy. That was just incredible. Thank you so much for that honesty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I heard once somebody say that if there's one thing that a woman can do, it's many, many things, because women are masters of multitasking. We can be a mother, a teacher, a friend, a sister, a wife, a girlfriend, a friend. You know, we can be so many things. Whatever role we are thrown into, most of the time, women can thrive. And before we are even thrown into those, just by virtue of being a woman, we play all these roles that I've been talking about. So I think the idea is to know how you can kind of partition your roles. You can always separate your work from your family. You still have time for your family, still have time for your friends, still have time for yourself. In fact, make time to go to the spa, to take those long walks, to chat with friends, and even gossip if you so wish. And also you take time to listen, for example, to your nieces when they have problems, your grandchildren, if you have any grandchildren, your younger brothers and sisters, your friends' children as well, because especially in the African community, our friends' children always call us auntie. And when there are events or family celebrations, of course, you've got to have time there. You see, we have 24 hours in a day, and it's been said there's something called clock time and real time. So clock time is when the clock is just ticking. The real time is the time you take to do the work that you are doing and what you're working at that point. So it would be difficult, for example, for me to completely immerse myself in work and not have time to do other things out of those 24 hours a day. In fact, my daughter used to have a dog, and when she grew up, she outgrew the dog. It became my responsibility. I still always had time to take the dog out. I'd wake up at 4:30, do all the urgent stuff that I needed to do. By 7 o'clock, I had to get up and take the dog for a walk. And of course, in the evening, I had to tend to it to do what it had to be done, but somehow it never took away from my professional work, from the things that I needed to do. So I think you can always leave a legacy beyond your work, where perhaps you could be the best aunt that your nieces have known through the family, because they are the one who's always there to listen to them, or to help, sometimes go shopping with them, or help them choose what course they want to do at university. and things like that. And a leadership legacy, for example, for myself, I've been working with young women and girls around the world and also other youth, which means this includes the boys. First, for the girls, young women and girls, trying to inspire them into leadership. And then with that, we added a scholarship program for those that came from underprivileged and rural communities whose families cannot afford to send them to university. So we make that possible for them to access tertiary education through our scholarship. And of course, with that, somebody asked about 100 years. So what we found with that was that if we are pushing the girl child, of course, fighting for gender equality, we are pushing the girl child too high and leaving the boy child behind. And if we continued on that track in 100 years, we would have to go back to the fight for gender equality, but this time trying to bring up the boy child because the girl child has gone so far ahead of the boy child. So those are some of the things that you work on to leave a legacy that inspires and of course improves people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But before let me just take on the last thing you said about empowering the women a lot and leaving the boys behind. I have a very good friend of mine, a doctor, I will always remember when he said this to me. He's been coming to some of my summits and conferences, and he said, you know, Sylvia, all these women empowerment. I'm seeing these women so empowered. They'll end up having problems because they'll be getting married to men who are not empowered. And then get the boys empowered as well. So when you said that, and I think honestly we'll have that problem. Honestly, I think we should get the men on board as well. They are all our children, isn't it? And you also said something so beautiful there when you talked about really always creating that time. It's about balance. You cannot only focus on your professional life, that leadership and achievement. There is always, other things that you have to do, and you can always fit it in your day. And what I always say is we all have 24 hours in the day. Nobody has more or less. Those who are fit, they have 6 packs, it's 24 hours. Those who have no 6 packs, it's 24 hours. But in that 24 hours, they prioritize based on how important it is. I'm gonna work out no matter what because it's important to me. Show me the things you prioritize, I will show you what is important to you, as simple as that. Because the truth is, in those 24 hours, we may not create time for our children. A lot of mothers spend time on their phones, TikTok as well. But they had 24 hours. What did they do in that 24 hours? They didn't spend time to nurture or listen to that child. Some of them went out partying. I've seen some women who do that. I'm wondering sometimes. I'm not criticizing them, but they choose to do something else with their time. And for me, maybe just to encourage other women as well. I mean, when you look at my children, and oh, you're doing wonderful. I think the way for me, maybe growing up, it really had a huge impact in my life. My dad, my mom were so close. My dad was incredible. I mean, I talk a lot about my dad. My first book was about him. I spent a lot of time. My mom was wonderful as well, but I was a daddy's girl. I was the last child for a very long time. And we spent a lot of time with my dad. I remember sometimes he was like the leader in his field, was an engineer. So I would literally go to his office and just sit there. I would literally go to work with my dad. He would pick me up from school. I sit in his office and he's doing work sometimes and then drive me back home. And every single Sunday we went for a ride somewhere. We'll be driving in the car with him, singing. And so for me, I think I grew up that way, not even knowing. It was so embedded within me that I had to get my children as we grew up everywhere. And what I started doing in all my work, even when I was working in the hospital, when I went for medical conferences, that's when we took our holiday. We'll go to Berlin, or we'll be going out with my daughter and this. I'll go for the conference. In the evening, I come back and join them. We are together, we have that wonderful time. It became easier when I started running my own business now. Shared my vision with them. Latoya started encouraging her. She was watching what I was doing, telling them, Mommy, why did you leave the medical field? I explained to them. I had a greater calling, a more, greater vision than that. But my medical calling is still, the profession is still within me. What I've studied has never left me. So I was sharing this vision, making it so clear. Hobby was not for it as well, but I had to get him as much as possible to see the bigger picture. At the beginning, like you said, what's the financial reward in this? Or this empowerment, or this transformation, men can be so practical. You're living what is really bringing the finance. But gradually, as I got them in, I went to conferences with my daughter when I remember Latoya saying,
But Mom, I don't want to be an inspirational speaker. I'm like, sweetheart, I'm not asking you to be one. But would you like people to emulate your lifestyle? Would you like to live life in such a way that what you do, others can follow you? She said, yes. I said, that's simply what it means to inspire others. I'm not asking you to go out there and speak. So with all of this, guiding them, seeing what I'm doing, it just became so natural. So for me, honestly, like, these are my priorities, just like part of me, like they are all involved now, like in everything I do. We go to schools with them, doing Black History Month. I'm behind the scene now, just watching them, and I would really love to encourage parents. I said this to so many parents. There are a lot of authors in our homes whose pages have been thrown on the cupboards. They've written those books, but we didn't pay attention. Like there's no saying, she told this story over and over, and she was so consistent. And it was during lockdown. She finished all my A4 papers. There's no be writing stories and stories. Like, this can you write this down? And that's how it came out. And she would tell you her big sister was an author, then she's like, in an interview with ITV, nobody inspired me, I inspired myself. That's what she would say, because the way she came to write, it was through her storytelling. So I really want to encourage us, and also working out, doing sports. Honestly, I know for us a lot, Africans, sport is not something, we have this thing, I don't know in other African countries, sometimes when you become bigger, how you're living, you're rich. It's a symbol of wealth, am I right? People are killing themselves. This is all they're relaxed, that's why they're on weight. Unfortunately, that's why it's put up on sometimes in Africa. You see someone who's become obese, and then, oh, he's really, a healthy, a wealthy man, a rich man. So honestly, but when I went to Europe, you see women, 10 children, fit, and all of that is so important. We heard that from Dr. Jones, I think on the first day. Your health is your greatest asset as well. Let's create the time. It's important. Even just walking is so vital, because the truth is, this is the only vehicle we can live in, our body. If it's not healthy, then we cannot do anything. So let's really prioritize it. Our relationship with ourselves. Mental health is a huge problem now as well, unfortunately. And a lot of people make excuses. It's because of this, that. We have the power to be in control. As leaders, let's take control again and change situations. We heard from Natalie, her own background was different from mine. The year she is today, it doesn't matter where we came from. And it shaped her to be able to reach out to so many more people who I'm not able to reach out to, because they simply cannot relate to me. And maybe those I'm called to lead, I tell even women who have been addicted, you will better speak to people who've been addicted and came out of addiction. No, want to come up than me, because oh, look at what she's talking about. She has no clue. But when they see that you have been through this, you overcame it, they can relate. And they didn't get to realize your situation was worse. But yet, you became victorious and you give them hope. So please, let's put that in our mind today as we live here. We have to have that holistic leadership. We heard it again and again, it starts from us. Self-leadership, self-care, the relationship we have with ourselves. It will transcend with every single relationship that we actually build. I'll go to the next question. What is the role of your values, vision, and intentional? I really need glasses as well. I'm resisting it. Okay. Intentional leadership is shaping a multi-dimensional legacy, multi-dimensional, of course, in several dimensions and all that. What is the role? Head about values, about vision, intentionality. What has that role? What's that role in you, your own leadership? What role does your value play, your vision? You being so intentional.
I guess for me, my values are, well, one of the big things for me is trust. It's taken a long time for me to be able to trust. So through my teens and early 20s, I found it exceptionally difficult to believe that somebody else had the same intentions for me as I had for my own progression. So when you don't have role models and strong family members standing next to you, you have to rely upon yourself. And I was lucky enough to be able to know that not everybody's going to have the right intention for you as a young girl just coming into their own. And so for me, my values now are based on trust. But how do we trust? How do you learn to trust? So it's something that needs, that, how can I put it? You need to, it's a gift that you give to somebody. When you get to that stage where you trust somebody, it's based on a lot of factors. It's based on things you've been through together. It's based on time, and it isn't given easily. And so, yes, I'd like to believe the best in everybody, and I act in that sort of way. But I'm always, I guess, aware that things don't always go to plan. But with my inner circle, they're my family, that's where my trust lives, I guess. So that's my sense of stability, which I draw from. And I, you know, so for me, I've never had to feel isolated since I allowed myself to believe that the family that we choose are equally as important as the family that we are born to. Thankfully, in later years, I've reconnected with my blood relatives, so we actually have one big happy family. So things do come around, you know. You just have to. So I guess the second thing that my value has become is, after all of the hurt and anger that I had growing up as a teen and early 20s, is forgiveness. So forgiveness has been a big part of it as well. Even you look at somebody, you think maybe your father, maybe your uncle, or things like this, and you expect that they have a duty towards you. But I guess we also have a duty to look at them as people as well, as not just their father. They're a person who can be flawed. And therefore, when you think about it like that, just the way I'm flawed, and lots of my friends are flawed, we all have flaws. Once you become a person who can forgive, you can bring that person in on their own merit and start again. And since I've been able to see that, I'm not carrying the weight of those things anymore, which were only like lead weights around my ankles. So forgiveness and trust are the big values for me.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you, thank you. And I'm sure a lot of women also have that, is in women can hold people in unforgiveness for ages. So please, let's release that burden of unforgiveness. It's so important. Let's forgive. Forgiveness is for us and not for that person, like you said. We've hurt someone in life, knowingly or unknowingly. We do hurt people even without knowing. You might think you're doing something good to them, but they don't like it, they are hurt. So we just have to come to your awareness, and especially understanding that forgiveness is for you. Someone put it this way best, that unforgiveness is like taking poison and expecting it to hurt the other person. The poison is only going to kill and damage you. So if any of us are struggling with that, I want you to leave this summit tonight, you know, in the weeks, just seek within you to release, to forgive that person, looking at their humanity, so that you can give them, you know, give yourself the opportunity, like she said, with the left side around the ankle, because there are so many opportunities out there for you, but you cannot move as a person to lead because you're stuck in that unforgiveness. The chains of unforgiveness, the shackles are holding you back, and you can't move. So I'm just asking any woman here, it doesn't matter how much it hurts you, please just release that. It's a heavy baggage. We have enough challenges in life than carrying the baggage of others' unforgiveness. It's like you carry that person. Another person said that if you have 20 people in unforgiveness, if they each weigh 70 kilo each, you carrying a weight every day of 170 kilo on your head and working. And the moment you take another one, imagine every day you're carrying a baggage on your head. How much you do weigh down the next year? Okay, so when I was younger, my mom, you know, would teach, don't lie, be honest. Right? It came to a point, my mom would lie in front of me. And I'll correct her, tell the truth in front of everyone. And I guess I started embarrassing her. So she figured out not to lie in front of me, or she'd often say, you know, if she knows if I'm trying to lie, my facial expressions, right? So when we talk about value, the value is a compass, and that drives us, what we believe in. I believe in integrity. I believe in being honest. And sometimes it's hard being honest in business. You think what? You don't think it's sometimes hard in business?
That's very hard. You can't always be honest.
Yeah. You're in business, and imagine, you know, the building is falling apart, but you can't say that. Your department is full of disruptive professors. But you gotta keep the face and remember you are a leader, right? Tim? I don't know, I'm just saying that, guys, so I'm not- but it's the value, knowing your value. What are those values? What are those things to drive you, the vision to take it there, right? So being intentional about that, always using it. And I feel if you just, no matter what exactly do you believe in? Use it. Trust is a thing for you, right? And I mentioned being honest, being ethical is another word. And for me, if I realize you're not ethical, if you're not, I'm not talking to you, I'm being professional. Hello, how are you? And I'll keep moving. Because I know your value is not aligned with mine. Okay? And so just being intentional about who you are. Again, it goes back to what we said all day today, who you are, knowing what you believe in. That's the key driver, knowing your vision to take you there.
Thank you, that was powerful. I will just add to that. What's it?
Thank you. I want to start from where my colleague has left off about knowing who you are. And I think knowing who I am drives me to do the things that I do, and most of my values are informed by knowing who I am. That is why I am in the women's movement as a gender advocate. To start with, I come from a family of very powerful, strong, assertive women. In my mother's family, a woman rules the kingdom. She's always ruled the kingdom, so men bow before her. On my father's side, although it's patriarchal, it didn't stop one woman to rise up and start a movement that shook the political foundations of my country, Zambia. So when I was growing up, in my mind, women were the natural born leaders. Women were the guardians of humanity. In my mind, women could shape the world, and that led me to. So when I came out into the world, especially into the Western world, and I found that there was this issue of the fight for gender equality, because women were kind of left behind by the men, and I thought, hold on here. Where I come from, this is not the way things are. And in fact, if we were to go back into the history of Africa that I know, most women had been for years, from time immemorial, held leadership roles until colonization. Colonization came and tipped that table. So I say, but I know that women are capable leaders. So how do we get women to realize that they can lead? And that led me into the women's movement. And I think another value that I have with my work is the value of care. And this stems from the gospel, from going to church when I was young and sitting there and seeing the priest talking about sinners going to hell. And as a young person, I thought I didn't want to see anybody burning in hell. I wanted to stand up and save humanity from going to hell. And I also, of course, going to church, I wanted to serve God. And that is what I do as a civil society person, as a humanitarian, as a philanthropist. And another thing about integrity, it stems from the Girl Guides. Girl Guides motto, be prepared and to be able to help people when they need that help. As I grew older, during my senior secondary school, I joined the cadets. And when I finished that, we went to what was called national service, and in there we did a bit of military training. So from there, I learned what I call military precision, aiming at a target and making sure you can shoot the bull's eye. So for me, that is when you set your goals, you focus on the goal and you don't look at the things on your sides. Like the young lady said, when people tell you you can't do this, and you know you can do it, don't listen to them. So that military precision makes you achieve your goals in the way that you want them without looking at the obstacles that are there. And I think this lesson is also in the Bible on how you cross the bridge together without wondering that you might fall any time now, but all you want is to do what needs to be done. For me, those are some of the values that direct my work and how I handle even the people that I work with and some of my relationships. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's really powerful. She said a lot there. And I'm not going to add to that. I'm sure that was very clear, but again, just remember again, where are you coming from? Where is that leadership? Where is it stemming from? What is really the values that you hold dear that have shaped you into becoming who you are? For me as well, similar to our Pampering Place of Faith. Like honestly, I would have been working in the hospital now. I never dreamt for once that I'll be doing what I'm doing now. As a 7-year-old, I wanted to become a doctor and then eventually a professor. That was my ambition. Get, drugs to later when I got into leukemia. Initially, I said that on the first day was a gynecologist I wanted to become. I was inspired by a gynecologist in my neighborhood, which was my friend's dad, who was exceptional. So I wanted to become a gynecologist to study in Italy because he did. I did all of that. But while I was studying, I then became intrigued about the human body. That's how I went into research. I said, no, I don't just want to be prescribing drugs to cure illnesses that already exist. I wanted to study more about these drugs to see if I can create new and better, drugs and then also to be able to diagnose symptoms, maybe things before you actually are able to be, flat that we say you have this disease, you have this pathological situation. That's how I then went into research because after a while I was following my initial vision. Then suddenly for me, it was actually a vision. I never knew this minister. Honestly, in church one day, I've said this again and again, my greatest challenge in my life has been my marriage. But my husband and I today, when you see us, in fact, we use the term power couple. We believe the challenges that I went through, honestly, if you ask me 20 million times, would you go through again without a blink of an eye? I would say yes. Because it's produced an incredible woman that I am today. And even him, I think God had to break us. And it was in that moment when I went for prayer, I'm like, Lord help me. I was an incredible mom, and I had 2 prayer points. I want to be a great mom. I was an exceptional mom. Even in that moment where I was going through trials in my home, I was super happy. I could just live with my children. I think I always say it was not of my faith. I would have been divorced. It was my faith that kept me grounded at that time that I would have surely regretted. But so I went to church and I'm like, Lord help me. I really want to restore my marriage and become the best mom in the world. This preacher, Paul McCarry, I found him later and thanked him. He said this to me. Everybody has gone for prayers. He didn't even pray for me. He looked up and said, I can hear the Lord telling me to tell you call to be a leader of women. I'm like, God has a sense of humor. Struggling to put my own life together. He's calling me to lead women, but immediately I said, when you're called to lead, you're called to serve. Jesus was a servant. Then I knew from childhood I've always been in leadership roles. And I was like exceptional mom to my children. I love them so much. I think that's what caused most of our problems. I ignored my husband completely. It's like I was with him, my children now became the center of my life, but I realized that and I think he became a bit jealous. So the time, So but there was friction, I couldn't understand, the communication was not clear. So when he does it in his own way, I fight back as well. I was ready, I would be there for my children and all of that. And when he gave me this vision, I did nothing. But I knew that it was important. I would take time. They wanted to start putting me in leadership roles. I said, no, when the time comes, I will know. Went back to work, but after 4 years, I have my second son. Things got well. We got back together. Not we were still together, worked out things and all of that. My second son, 4 months old, I was more resilient. And when the vision came so clearly, that's when I put the vision for Voice of Nations. And within a year, I started the organization and it was just incredible. The impact you see serving. And like she said, for me, it's going and serving. And each time I encounter with challenge, honestly, believe it or not, I ask myself, what would Jesus do in this situation? There was a time when I took Mary as my role model. She was so calm, the mother of Jesus. She would respond in this way. There was a lady that I was working with, honestly, she was super calm. She was always working, you will see calmness and peace in her nature. And I told her for some reason, I've never seen Mary, but you reminded me of Mary, the mother of Jesus. But so it's really that impact we make. So thank you so much for putting that out there. And I think when you have those values, you become grounded. You live by that, you know that that's why you're called here to serve. And for me, honestly, it's so important. It keeps you humbled because I know that this is not about me. Absolutely, I'm only a vessel being used. So maybe we should look at it that way again. We are not needing to have authority control people. It's beautiful to serve. It's more beautiful to give than to receive. How many of us will agree with me? It's incredible. You feel truly fulfilled. And when we give anyway, you have your cup again ready to take. If we have this water here, we never pour it out, you can't have anything. The way you pour it out, you can have more refreshing water, revived water, and then you can pour out again. So let's really go out and serve. And like the parable of the talents that we shared yesterday, if we don't use what we have, then we can't have more, or we can't even be productive. So we have the final question, which is how can or strategies for balancing leadership responsibilities while maintaining personal fulfillment and meaningful relationships? What strategies? Give us maybe one or two, your key strategy that you ensure that every single day keeps you grounded, that you're not just going off track just because you want to lead or serve in that role, but you also are able to maintain that relationship, like you said, with your wonderful family, children, and your own personal well-being. So you can share with other women.
I think for me, it's just letting myself off the hook because I think you spend a lot of your time beating yourself up for various failings that you have. I think a lot of people who have very busy lives or lots of responsibility in their lives have that same battle because they want to do everything perfectly, and that's a noble thought, but it doesn't allow for the person to live their life in their own way, to be whole. And so I think if you know that you're doing your best, just let yourself off the hook, admit that we're not perfect. And, I think maybe we feel that we beat ourselves up more than we think that we're always assuming that people are thinking a certain thing about us. However, being on the other side of that, I know that's probably not the case. I see it time and time again, even yourself, Sylvia, you've been rushing around with this event and probably wondering, oh, should I be here? Should I be there? But for us, it just comes across as, as miraculous that you've been able to put this together. So I think it's about perception. So just let yourself off the hook is the thing I would say.
I put myself on the hook. I believe it depends on where you are in life, right? So if you're someone, as you mentioned, where, have to relax, have to give yourself grace, just let things flow, that's one. For me, at this time, my strategy, and I'm putting it out there, but I'm not saying this is for everyone, is I would use the word discipline. It's waking up in the morning. What's the first thing that I need to do? For me, it's prayer. And I've been doing that. Yes, I follow Christianity. I've been doing this for 3 years, but I grew up in a Christian home and I used to get up, okay, I'm going to do this. And I felt like my life was chaotic until I started with a structure. Now, I've done a lot of things, yes, but okay, the first thing I do, what's the second, right? I need to be intentional about my size, my weight, right? So I need to figure out what to eat, and if I'm gonna do chocolate cake today, I'm not gonna do chocolate cake tomorrow and the day after, right? again, it's just discipline, yes, and intentional. What if I want to go to a certain level? How am I gonna get to this level? And what are the things I'm gonna do for it to move, right? If this is not working, I need to do something that is. And that is discipline. Have to have things. You're not gonna have things perfect. You're not gonna be, and you do have to give yourself grace. But for me, it's just following discipline, having things worked out, and just keep going. Don't stop. That's it.
Thank you. I think the best strategy is to just know when to stop and when to keep going. Because that way you avoid what is called burnout. You cannot continuously be working. I don't know, like you said, I also use, when I go to a conference or travel to work, I'll like take my children with me. So of course, the work is being done, sometimes daytime, sometimes we work through the night, but there somewhere within that day, there's some space for me to spend with my children. And if I haven't traveled with my children, for example, I've come from London, I'm not that familiar with Liverpool. And I know that after we've done the award ceremony, we'll be free. So I could still go out and see if there's any nightlife that I can do in Liverpool, so I can go and dance off the conference. Yes, so that way I relax. So you give yourself time to be serious and to really be engrossed in the work that you're doing. But once that work is done, you've got to relax. You've got to let your hair down. You've got to chill, as the young people say. Be working all the time. For me, I think that's the best strategy because then it gives me balance. And then I don't then feel that the work is too much for me. In fact, I do use social media quite a lot, but the time that I use social media most is when I'm working on huge documents. And I use social media to like distress. When I've worked too much, perhaps too many, spent too many hours on the document to take a break, I'd go to social media and that kind of relaxes my mind. Then I can go back into the work. So you can mix and match, so to speak. So for me, the strategy is to know when to stop and when to go.
Wow, that's incredible. So you have to be really powerful strategies with great, good. Give yourself enough ways. Don't beat yourself up. Some of us have carried guilt for 50 years. We are still working with that guilt today. It's because it's no fun, it's big, and then discipline is the key one as well. If you don't really give yourself that grace, that compassion, you'll be hard on yourself. But if you are not disciplined, discipline is so important in achieving everything, isn't it? That's why you choose. That's how it gives you the opportunity to make choices. I choose to be this and not that. We have the willpower. We could do anything. You see the young people say, oh, I have freedom. They don't think about the consequences of the actions they take. They are not responsible. But as leaders, we've got to be responsible for our actions. So we really have to be disciplined, and rather than waiting and go take a weight pill, just make up your mind, I won't eat cake Monday to Saturday. I'll be disciplined enough because that weight pill will have a side effect. So let's really go with that, By the time we get that next cake, let's think about it. I forgot who was telling me this. I love fruit a lot, and somebody was telling me there's so much. I love exercise, eating fit. And she was telling me all these things, fruit is just like cake. I'm like, you know what? I will never stop eating fruit. Say whatever you want. I mean, even cake. Sometimes that is there for us. Don't just reject everything. But it's that discipline, knowing that you can have it every day. Too much of everything. Like she said, even work is bad for you. And then you rest. Take that time, chill. Like the young people, it's so important. And what just came to my mind when we were talking about rest. I think when you're so confident that you've really done the work, think about the seasons. When you go sow, a farmer goes sows, you've sown, there's a season to be nurtured. You're not going out there and doing anything. Oh, it's got to come out. Why is it not actually come out yet? Is it out yet? The root is not there, the branches are not there. There is a season. Once you've done the work, you're confident, you've sown that seed, nurture and nourish it, nature will do its work. The nourishment, the ground, that's not from you. The world is created, God has created the world in a way that will empower us, that our vision, the work we do, achieve the purpose for which we stepped out to do that. So just rest. You go back and rest. And in the season of harvest, you will reap what you've sown. So let's rest without guilt. A lot of women feel that guilt when they are resting as well, are taking so much time off. We always think we have to be with our children. You don't want to just go out and all of that. It's so good as well to be with them. Like she said, she goes out with them as well. And one of those as well, we always go, even to students when we go to events, like African events, when they say no children, we still go with our children, but we stay with them, like in the hotel, we have someone. And one lady was telling me once, we went to a recent party, I didn't even notice that. People have noticed this. And she said, none of them came with their children. And she said, we're talking about, we're waiting for my husband, Mike, and myself. And she just said to her husband, believe me, they're here with the children. They're surely taking care of them. He said, no. I mean, it's in London and was emphasized, no child. I know Sylvia. They must have come with these children, just wait. And then they called us, where are you? We said, we are just sorting out the children, want to get some food for them before we step there. She said, I was just telling my husband, everything that, so again, we can really rest. I just wonder if you have one more question, a final question. Thank you.
This question, I want the perspective of everyone. Dr. Sylvia, you mentioned forgiveness. And as leaders, I feel like we're called to forgive all the time. Now, I look at it like a triangle where there's trust at the top, there's forgiveness on in the bottom, and then there's woundedness on the other. Now, from my experience, you forgive so much that it becomes a scar, a gentle scar, and then it becomes a keloid. And the next thing you know, Dr. Pimple Papa is cutting some skin or tag off because it's been wounded so many times. You've had to forgive so many times that it's grown into a lesion. It took, this has come about, and I'm glad you mentioned, because I was having a conversation with my mentor about something only a couple of days ago. And bringing that back, I think that sometimes we need to develop strategies more than being told to forgive, because it becomes like a burden you're carrying. The strategies with which to do it. And so from your point of view, as a leader, that's necessary, because if you don't, you are going to be fighting everyone. So necessarily, how as a leader have each of you managed this area of people intentionally taking advantage and you having to be the bigger person and forgive over and over and over and avoid the keloid that then has to be cut off?
Thank you so much, Her Majesty. That's a powerful, a wonderful question. And I'll say, honestly, for me, it's so easy. Honestly, I'm not sure. I think, like, even my siblings say this, I take after my dad a lot. My dad would forgive at the blink of an eye. I would be like, Dad, with this person, my dad always saw the good in everyone. Even when they hurt him, we'll be like, no, maybe they were hurting. Because when people are hurting, they will hurt. If they've not healed from what is hurting them, causing them to bleed, my dad was always that way. I would say they're taking advantage, but unfortunately, I'm like, I took about 30% my mom, when I'm having with that, lioness attitude, even though I'm like forgiving, it's not like I'm soft. And honestly, I always say this as well. So maybe fully for me, I believe it's a necessity. It's like we need to breathe to live, to forgive for me. And I never see the burden. Maybe because it's just been so entrapped within me, it's just been so ingrained. I don't know. I forgive at the blink of an eye. That's why let me explain how it is. That's a good one. If you ask Sarah, by the time I even say sometimes, this person has been so mean, I'm not going to hug them. Honestly, by the time I realize it, I'm hugging them. honestly, I don't even, until my prayer now to a point was, especially as I'm doing this work, Lord, you know me, you know my heart. Please take those who are not supposed to be on my path, who will help me off my path. Because you know my natural tendency is to forgive. And let me say this quote, I read this book, is it by, I've forgotten, Jay Shetty, the monk. Yeah, think like a monk. And he mentioned the story of a monk that sat by the river. There was a scorpion that would come out, and each time he would save it, that it would sting it. And the other monk looked at him, how are you that stupid? Why would you keep saving this scorpion that you know that it's his nature to sting? He smiled and said, it's my nature to love. It's just me. So I pray that take them away. But what I say honestly, I'm quite a very strong character. Soft, but it doesn't mean I'm not like my dad. My dad was not so strong like me as I took my mom. I say people could never, I give you permission to use me, that I'm here to serve you. But I'm very conscious, like a very good childhood friend of mine. I've forgiven her, I will forgive her again. I know she's hurting. But there's a point where it comes so clear. You cannot be my friends. We're sharing something. I've got so many associates. If you go to a place, 100 people say Sylvia is my great friend. But honestly, I can count my friends in my hand. So I will forgive you. It doesn't mean I'll spend the same time with you. I will tell you the same stories. We're not going to have that relationship. I will know that you need to be healed. If you need me, this last prayer, nothing happened. But I believe it was one of those prayers. I saw she was hurting. She had so much burden for silly things, you know. But I think it was one of those prayers when I prayed that, Lord, take those people away. She had to leave. And I told her the final time when I reflected on what happened, I was crying when I said, you miss a great friend. But know that I will always be there for you. If you need me, come back to me. We used to speak like every week or 3 times a week. From that moment, it's been years. We don't even speak. But when I see her, I have honestly, nothing within me. So there's no way even because they are hurting. Help people who are hurting will hurt you. I'm not hurting. I always tell people I'd rather be in the end where you even throw stones at me because I can dodge. The ones throwing who are sick, and do you want to have that mindset that they are like psychopaths? I don't want to be in that space. I can choose whether I'm going to receive it or not. And I know you have a problem. You need help. If I cannot help you, I must not help you. But I will forgive you. I will pray for you. I think that's another thing, a strategy when you pray for people. Yeah. Yeah, you cannot really, someone you pray for, you cannot have anger against. It all over time. I always pray, and that helps me to heal naturally because you truly want the best for them. You truly, something is wrong with them. They keep acting because unfortunately, within them there is so much pain. It's got nothing to do with you. And for me, that's how I live and I act because I'm a plan, but I'm sure that's why I always say God saw that compassionate nature in me. That's when He called me for this work. And it's truly how I live my life. It's so easy for me. And I could see you and laugh, but we are not going to be that amazing. Absolutely. Absolutely. I hope it really helps. That's it.
I think for me, there's two main ways that I feel when somebody does something to me. There's the first way where I'm absolutely enraged, and that flare goes off inside, and that's the simmering bit. That's where you just need the time. But I feel like sometimes those the biggest reactions are the ones that you have with the people you love, and you've just taken a different opinion, or you're just not in the right mood, and so sometimes you end up coming back stronger from those ones, like you said, where it becomes like almost like a breath of fresh air to just let that actual disagreement go and go back to being together again. Because ultimately, fundamentally, you're on the same page. Nothing's changed between you. But there's another one that I think is more damaging, and it's the one where you go, did they just do something there? You know, and you don't really know it. You know, you almost think, am I going to be exaggerating if I say this? But it's constant, and it just niggles, but it builds over time, and it drains you. And they're the ones where I need to then go out to my friends, and they're the ones where I need to keep on getting that perspective from them, because I think ultimately they're like a leech.
that draw all your positive away from you over time and take some of your shine away. And I think they're the ones that take you to have to make a decision about them and how to limit those people and their energy from your lives. And I think for me, I always have to think of the different positions that I have and how I manage that. But I will do as Sylvia says, where I will forgive, I won't hold that in anymore, but I'll be very mindful of what they're doing to my life and to the life of the people in my community. One of the main things that I notice with these people is if you have a conversation with someone and they mention other people in a negative way in lots of different spaces, they're going to be doing that to you. And so, you know, those sort of people, I think I would want my friends to be raising me up in rooms that I'm not in. And if not, then they don't deserve a space at the table.
Thanks on that. Block, delete. I can be the nicest person, but if you keep hurting me, it's just after, before it turns into a kick, like I gotta cut you off. And that's what I do. I mean, some people may say that, well, you know, that's not professional of you, and I'm not gonna keep hurting. This is me, right? I have a heart. So do you. You should realize what you're doing. Be accountable. And so for me, I mean, that's how I deal with it. If we can't have a conversation, you keep repeating yourself, you're gonna do it again. Well, I have to put a border, create that boundary. Yeah, respectfully, peace out.
Yeah, in some books that I've read, it's been said that no one can do anything to you without your permission. So when we think about forgiveness, it's a word that comes sometimes with sort of where the person who believes that they should forgive the other person feel some kind of self-righteousness. This is because sometimes people will do things you will receive it that they're doing it to hurt you, but it could not be their intention. They could be going through something or needing something that they do that, but their intention is not to hurt you. But you go away thinking that they hurt you. And then there's another thing that's been said, that carrying a grudge is like drinking poison and hoping the next person will die. Because if you do not forgive, you're the one who feels that hurt. The person at which you are intending to not forgive is totally unaware of how you are feeling. So for your own good, I think it's to learn the art of detachment and to let things go. It can be difficult at first, but it does happen. And like she said, sometimes you just get out of their life, but you don't keep that grudge. Get out of their life and totally forget about them. So also humans, we are at, I think, different planes of consciousness. So some people will understand that if I say this, it will hurt somebody. Some people are totally oblivious to that. They have no idea that what they are saying is going to hurt another person. And then the person that is hurt will be thinking, I'll never forgive that person for having said that. It is quite a difficult area, but it's just to bear in mind that carrying that grudge really does more negative to you who's holding the grudge than the person that you are saying, I'll never forgive them. So the best thing is just to follow her lead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so very much. Yeah. Wow, that's a powerful panel. We just want to thank you all so very much. That was incredible. We're really grateful for the wisdom you shared. And can we give you a wonderful kind of applause to our wonderful panel? Thank you all so very much. Thank you. You can have a seat now. Thank you all so very much. I just want to thank you all so very much again. We've come to the end of the Global Women, not the end, this session that we have at dinner with Global Women Leadership Summit 2025. Thank you all so very much from the depth of my heart. To my incredible team, the team of Hope University, thank you for giving us the space for your hospitality and everything. You made it so easy for us to do this event. Thank you. Awesome.
Thank you.
We just get all the speakers. All the speakers last 2 years. Professor T released.
Sorry. Oh, sweet.
Can everyone just join now? So we can take with everyone. And then just in the meantime.
In the meantime, I just want to say a special thank you to the wonderful professor Tim Nichols from Liverpool John Moss University, who've always been there for us. Partner with us, the sponsor of the event as well. They are silver sponsor. Thank you so very much, Professor Tim Nichols. Thank you for believing in the vision and being there always. Thank you. Her Majesty Queen National Defense, thank you so very much for always being there for us. We appreciate you. And to all our incredible speakers, thank you. And our wonderful team from Ghana. And we'll thank you.
Fantastic.
Is it legacy?
Sorry, it should be very, very.
My family background really always been with that. So I trust people that you yeah.
Oh, wherever you say.
But of course, they yeah, awesome.
You come to dinner?
I know.
I'm always very cool.
I love girls, you know that of girls.
Young boys, two girls.
That makes that partial. Get everything they want. I
Yeah, they think
I'll call you back shortly before another. Coming to have a pizza.
Just take a picture of mine and I'm.
Hello, can you come to another one?
Thank you.
Oh, Friday night.
Yeah. You should come to the.
Okay, well, I have the international women's conference and. Yeah, March 7th. But I've done a very much successful stuff. The restaurant or
And then we do remembrance days and.
well, I mean, how I do it is different, so I'm not just. There, I'm not doing this. I don't know how to do it.
Yes, take a picture. She's my son. Can you please use your phone? Stop. Stop. Yes. Stop. And the people will join late. Guardian. That's working.
Did you enjoy the chocolates?
Did I enjoy that?
The
Of course, it's really good. And I know y'all have one of the biggest cocoa farms there. And I've been studying Ghana from the time I took my ancestry DNA. I've been studying it. Last week, someone reached out to me. And so, you know, instead I was born in Jamaica, but I lived in the United States all my life. Whenever. But someone, I'm showing it off. She reached out to me on Facebook. Her mom is born in Jamaica, but her parents are from Ghana. And we show, that's my third, fourth. Is the third. Yeah. She said she knows. So I'm like, oh, and I looked at them like, oh. So, yeah. I'm learning more. And make trade. Yeah, March 7th. Yeah, and it is in New York. Yeah, it's at Hop Street University. I do 4 main events for women's food.
Sure, it's right there. And you said, you okay? One minute. And then you. Oh, well. I'm sitting alone with my friend. Romedia, Amata. Chamino Bobo. I'm more fun.
And when they know in my presence, exactly, exactly.
As we change and come. Kanya, nyacha kinyenye ba.
Oh, fine, Fifth, so become Her Majesty, right?
We stand that.
Come this way. This way, okay.
Very better. You can stand even just here.
Yeah. We're not so. Yeah.
Oh, by the banner.
The banner.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Did you say yours was up there? Yes, I'm very fast.
Wow.
Cornelius. Surname. 9 times up.
All right.
Yeah.
Zambia, I'm from Zambia.
I'm from Sierra Leone. He was from my very first boyfriend. Zambia. My dad met him. Yes. My dad was like, where are you from? And he said, Brussels.
God is a church. Young quadress. And my young quadress one.
Okay. It never ends.
Oh, thank you all, Brenda. They're gonna have to
On the 27th, we have football.
Oh.
Okay. I want the arrange. I'll see you tonight, with you and just relax again. Yeah. Come and get, you probably get your friend. Yeah, you get that.
Yeah, where's your phone? Is that in your phone? It's in the bag.
Thank you so very much. Children and make some big change. I look forward to seeing you later. Bye now. Bye.
Visionary woman. I'll make sure I get that one. Victory!
Thank you. Thank you. Can you take our pictures?
Yes.
Yeah.
I try not to work too hard.